And I promise you on this altar that with your help, with the help of God, we will set this nation on the right path. We need your prayers. We need your prayers.
Decided to turn heads today in Japan. I mean, I brought the full Igbo culture, the full Igbo spirit, both the ancestors, my forefathers, every of my ancestral spirit were with me today. I went to show Igbo in its glory, in its magnificence, and people were so pleased to see this beautiful part of Africa. I showcased Africa in its full regalia. I presented myself as a typical Igbo girl from Eastern Nigeria. And guess what, guys? I was so happy to see the smiles on the faces of the people as they saw me, as they looked. I'm like, oh, who is she? Is she a queen? Is she a princess? What's she? And all of that, guys. It was really exciting today. Guys, I'm so happy that I was able to pull this off. Initially, I was like skeptical. Would this be a good idea or not? But I decided to go for it, and it turned out just perfectly, right? People were so happy. I had people coming up to take pictures, asking me about my country, my culture. Guys, the ancestors will be so proud of me. This is Igbo in Japan, live and direct, Africa in Japan. The ancestors are so proud of me. This is one thing I am so sure of today.
For Onwatuegu and Obien to repress the middle belt. 66. I bring to you a message of truth and freedom, for it is only the truth that can set us free from the bondages of war and propaganda, which we confuse as history. My name is Colonel Emmanuel Nwora Nwobosi. I am 80 years old. It is time to be bold. I am too old to lie. I am not afraid to die. It is time to tell you why we had to try. I am the last of the original coup plotters of January 15, 1966 with Major Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogu. I knew Nzogu well. We went to school together. We trained together. We trained at Sandhurst Military Academy, UK. We lived together. Nzogu was our first head of military intelligence and uncovered terrible plans to wreak havoc across the country. We organized a group of progressive military officers to carry out a coup on 15 January 1966 to stop a jihad and bring sanity to Nigeria, steeped in nepotism, corruption, and mass murders. The government of Tafawa Balewa, controlled by the Premier of Northern Nigeria, Ahmadu Bello, were using us in the army to repress the Middle Belt and Western Nigeria. Houses and cars were burnt. Thousands were killed. There were 9 of us that planned the January 15th revolution. Majors Nzogu, Anuforo, Ifajuna, Ademoyega, Chukwuka, Okafo, Onwatuegu, and Obienu, and myself. However, 4 of us started it. Major Ifajuna and Major Ademoyega in the south, and Major Nzogu and myself in the north. We then united as a single revolution I am the last of the 4 original revolutionaries. None published the complete truth. Only me, Colonel Emmanuel Nwobosi, is alive today to tell the final truth, so that the lies will not triumph forever. They used us to repress the Middle Belt and the Yorubas. When we saw genocide, we began to disobey orders and swore to stop them. For instance, Major Chris Anaforo refused to release mass murderers caught with weapons and was court-martialed. He was replaced by Major Hassan Katsina, a northern Muslim willing to act. I was in Abeokuta, but refused to repress Yorubas. Instead, I opened our barracks as a safe place for them to run to. They told many lies about the January 15 boys to justify their genocide. But it is those of us that planned the revolution that they should have killed, not the 3 million innocent Biafrans that knew nothing. For years, I kept quiet, blaming myself and wondering whether at 27 I was too radical, that my actions led to the death of millions. Today, the same evil in 1966 is being unleashed. As I watch, my sense of guilt has vanished, because we were not the evil. We were trying to stop the evil. That evil is radical Islamism. I have decided to speak out and warn the world of the impending disaster if we do not stop it. Each time radical Muslims plan a jihad in their religious mission to conquer the world, they will fail. But in the attempt, thousands and even millions will die. That happened to us in Biafra. At this point, let me differentiate between peaceful, law-abiding Muslims and radical Muslims who want to kill others, to force their religion on them.
We said, what shall we call this our new nation? After they had passed the resolution. And a German, I'm saying this because of this, Niger Delta, I'm a nation, other rubbish. I want you to listen to me very carefully. And a German rose up, Chief Franco Pigo, and said, the name of our new nation shall be Biafra. And Ojukwu asked him, why Biafra? Because Ojukwu himself, even a historian, an Oxford-trained historian, did not know. Franco Pigo whispered to him, not in here, I will tell you later what Biafra means. Do you know how God works? Ojukwu did not quibble, he did not argue. If Ojukwu wanted to dominate other people, if Igbos had wanted to dominate other people, he would have just said, this new nation shall be called Igbo nation, isn't it? Now you see, these people, I don't know. That same 27th of May, 1967, that day is very, very critical, I'm telling you. As Franco Pigo and a German was telling Ojukwu, later on I will tell you why I recommended that the name should be Biafra. And the Holy Spirit was upon Ojukwu. God was, angels from heaven were ministering to him, telling him, listen to Frank Opigo. And as soon as Chief Opigo finished, Ojukwu said the new name shall be Biafra. If Ojukwu had domineering tendencies, if the Igbos wanted to lord it over every other person, to conquer them, I think Ojukwu should have insisted on the place answering Igbo nation, isn't it? That's pure common sense, as the Fulanis are doing to the Hausa people up north. Isn't it?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the concluding part of today's broadcast. My name is KJ and I come in peace today. Yes, we will go all out to discuss what is relevant and what Barrister Aloy Ejimakor had hinted us earlier on, and our own different views on what is really the crux of the matter in the politics in Nigeria. Yeah, I took my time to play some of those videos because these things are there on the record for anybody who wants to know the truth. And so it's not just that we have it, but it's there on record so that we will love you before you start bringing any assertion or calling people names. Please make sure that you have the understanding or know what the story is all about. And I'm not going to take time. I'm just going to invite people right in so that we can start the discussion. Now, the Igbo video that I played earlier, the girl
decided to turn heads today in Japan. I brought the full Igbo.
It's not because I'm just trying to let us see how an individual, it could be, today we're looking at an Igbo girl who went to Japan and said, try to make sure that her culture gets there. The thief girl can say to do this. The Angas man can say to do this. The Jarawa guy can say to do this. We have to be able to sell our culture, our tradition to beyond our shores. And let's not get, personal when it's somebody who decides to take the challenge and do it. And then we say, they are always trying to show off. We all have beautiful culture. We all have beautiful clothing from our traditional, weavers. Wherever you are in the world, excuse me, use it. Display your custom, display your tradition. Do not be ashamed or do not be afraid or do not feel somehow that people will look at you anyhow. Here is this young girl who decided to just, I can imagine how she must have enjoyed herself, and these pictures are 1 in a million. Doesn't come every day, and nobody who will say you didn't enjoy that piece of video from this young girl, and I praise her for it. I wish we can have hold of her, and she'll probably tell us more things that happened on that same beautiful day that she took this queen ride along the streets of Japan. That's how life's supposed to be lived. Africa has beautiful custom, tradition. Africa has beautiful food. We should export. We should be proud of it. We should display it wherever we are. We should let other people tell us that our custom, our tradition is not, it's not Western. So, excuse me, we must have to continue to, have it. However, let me invite my brother Chris, who is here already. Chris, you're welcome.
Thank you, JKJ.
Yes, it's good to see you, Chris. Today you're smiling. I'm sure that there'll be beautiful discussion today that you're here. You saw my intro. What do you make of this young lady from Japan?
I didn't. I didn't know what she was saying basically, but it will be. It's good that she's marketing the culture of Igbo race and more grace to her ego. So that's all I can say because I don't know what she was actually selling or she was doing. But if it was just to discuss the culture, then that's good.
Yes, that's just all. She wanted to just showcase her culture, and happens to be Igbo culture. She rented a car to carry.
Yeah, but I don't know what shirt she was wearing. Actually, it's not clear what she was wearing, and the way and the this thing. Okay, but she wasn't even dressed in Igbo complete Igbo attire or some kind of.
What I don't know what you mean by complete Igbo attire. How is this supposed to dress again?
Well, well, this is a gown. I mean, the English gown. So,
This is not a gown. This is used to hold to the cart that she's in. This is what she's wearing.
oh, okay, okay. So I don't know. That's why I'm saying, because if
Hostel.
yeah, I couldn't see that. I couldn't see everything. So
Okay, the red cloth you see was just used to hold down her legs to the cart that she's riding. I guess she didn't want to show her legs, so that gave it some royal look. Anyway,
all right. I see. I see. I see.
yes,
That's
I
good.
good outing for her. I can imagine her, her joy at the end of the ride.
So,
Yes. You see, this is how it starts. Tomorrow, this will start asking for Nigerian cloth, Igbo cloth, and then somebody begin to get angry that Japanese people.
Igbos are the ones actually selling good things about Nigeria. But unfortunately, it looks like the Nigerians don't want to build a nation out of Nigeria. And it's not, for me, when the discussion was held between Awolowo and Azikiwe and Sadana, they should have, when they disagreed not to form a nation, they should have negotiated outright separate countries. That would have saved us all this quagmire, honestly. Because each time I get to hear people say Nigeria is a nation, and I say no, Nigeria is not a nation. You can't have a nation without one culture, one ideology, or one social value. And these are the things that makes a nation. So and this has been the problem. No ethnic nationality actually want to give up her culture. And I keep on saying it. It seems to me that ethnicity is the minimum unit of human classification that is required for a country to become a country. So if you go to Europe, for instance, you have different countries made up of one ethnic nationality. And they are doing very well, even if, even countries that are as small as 900,000, not even up to 1 million, or ones that are just barely 1 million. They're still trying. I don't understand why the so-called minorities in Nigeria are afraid to try their luck or to actually try to become a country of their own. Instead of dragging everybody into this quagmire. Because it seems to me, from what Gowon seems to say, or from what the Middle Belters are saying, those who call themselves the Middle Belt, what they are saying is that they want the Igbos to be in that country because if they are left alone, probably the Fulanis will conquer them and swallow them. So that's why they put the Igbos as a kind of buffer, for them.
So we're going to get into that. Let's watch this, and I'll come back to you if you after this. Just listen to this piece of advice.
This wealth is the commonwealth of all. It belongs to everyone. God has blessed my family. We don't need the wealth of Nigeria to survive, but to do the right thing. And I promise you on this altar that with your help, with the help of God, we will set this nation on the right path. We need your prayers. We need your prayers.
Okay, if you are welcome to the program, we need your prayers so that the nation can go forward. While you are praying, we have your money on our pockets.
If I tell you that, if there is sometimes I wonder, I'm trying to choose my words carefully, please.
Yeah, you need to, because I'm going to get angry if you don't choose it properly.
Sometimes I ask myself, where is thunder?
Well, we what?
Where is thunder?
You know, that's not how
Sometimes I
God
ask
works.
myself, God, where is thunder? I
That's
know
not how it
God is a
works.
merciful God.
Yeah,
Yeah, right?
He is.
But where is thunder?
Even
You look
Amadio
at
doesn't kill that way.
Tinubu, you see the If you ask me to interview this woman, I'll tell her to hold the Bible like this. Hold it up. And I'll be asking her questions. And guess what? But she will not do that. Somebody, I was listening to Idris Zakari. He was on one of these platforms. They were doing a kind of debate. And he asked the other person who was supporting Tinubu, can you tell me one job, one industry, one thing you can tell me that Tinubu, one job he has ever held, or one business? The person couldn't answer. Most of the only business that is going well in Nigeria is this kidnapping business and politics. Tell me what else. Remi Tinubu opened her mouth and said that we don't need Nigerian money. Ask her what business she has. Ask her where she's been getting the money. She bought cars for 5 other state governors that are not in APC. Where did she get the money? She has been the 3, like she will always brag. I'm the only female that has served 3 terms. Was the election free and fair for her to be in that position? That her husband is in power today, was the election free and fair? And that's why I don't agree with when people come and claim God is this, Christian is this. I hate it. Don't bring Christianity or Islamic or whatever religion you bring, don't bring it to politics. Her children, her own children are here in America living a good life, wearing designers. What me, former here, cannot even afford, even working as hard as I do. Her other stepchildren go to school in London. Why are they not going to school in Nigeria? The so-called Lagos her husband built. Why are they not there? Why is Tinubu not going to hospital in Lagos? The so-called Lagos that he built. But he's not using any of the facilities there. His family, his children, everybody's running abroad.
The reason why it's not going to happen in Lagos is because the sickness it has is a foreign sickness, so it cannot be treated by Nigerian doctors.
Okay,
that's
what I'm saying. But he built
a foreign sickness.
Invite the people from abroad to come to Nigeria and treat him. Since he built Lagos, right?
Well, there will be no extra code if he goes. If he doesn't go, there will be no allowance.
So the truth of the matter is that we are not telling ourselves the truth.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to say.
And that's why, Peter Obi, if you're hearing me, you're not going to like what I'm going to tell you. It's a pure waste of time. And I will tell you why. The opposition, they're not doing enough. People cannot even collect their PVC. The people that have their PVC see their details being wiped out. Larry, Wike's spokesman, has access to the INEC portal. Who else does? Tinubu controls the INEC in the sense that he put it, listen, if I employ you, are you going to take over my company? I will let you go. You can't take over my company. So I'm wondering what made Nigeria, because if I sit down here honestly and think about, there is no way Peter Obi will win the election. You know, people come online and say, rig and buy, rig and buy. The only thing that will remove Tinubu out of power is God and Tinubu himself. And when I say Tinubu himself, either he stepped down or you have the interference of the foreign countries pushing him to get out. My boyfriend Tinubu is not going nowhere. We buy. In this power, he must buy.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ify, my dear sister. Tony, you're welcome. Tony, I advance with you. How you go leave the deck like that? You know, who go man the ship? Mba now. You can't put what you're wearing, your watch with the bright for put our eye. Where are you listening?
No, anyway, beautiful.
Okay. You're welcome, sir. Welcome.
Yeah, well done. Chris, earlier
on we had
I know where Tony is hibernating.
Okay.
I always listen to him every night. Yes.
When I will give me the secret.
I know where he's hibernating. So I know where every time I listen to him every night.
Now you sabi Chris.
No, I'm serious. I listen to you. I listen to you every night.
Okay. So now you're welcome. Today we had the opportunity of hosting Barrister Aloy Ejimakor, the special counsel to Nnamdi Kanu. I gave us an update of what is going on and the situation on ground. Now, a lot of people have a lot of views, different views or divergent views on what the situation should be like. And some people even felt that Nnamdi Kanu deserves what he gets. Others felt, well, this is a game too far. The question, we are now going to take a reaction from that discussion, and which is that which part of the social divide are you in, and what do you think we can do going forward? Chris, you followed all. You were here. I don't know if Tony listened to that interview. But by the way, Tony, let's hear your initial thought, because Aloy Ejimakor, as far as I'm concerned, had done a great job, because it's not easy to operate in the environment in which is operating. And there are many obstacles that hold you, whether seen and unseen, in a country where what money can do, what money cannot do, more money will do it. So you can imagine trying to be an honest worker in such an environment. What do you say, and how do you see Aloy Ejimakor's handling of the case so far?
Well, greetings, KJ, once again. Greetings, Chris. Greetings, Ify, and compliments and greetings to viewers. I've been actually listening on the background to quite a lot of the programs. Just that I didn't come in. Yes, I just snippets of the interview. That's what I saw with Ejimakor. By the time I tuned back again, I don't know. It looks like he had gone. I don't know what happened. So I can't comment so much about what he said today, but I have been following up with his counsel with respect to Nnamdi Kanu, the issues. If in Nigeria, it's not easy for a counsel like him to defend Nnamdi Kanu, who is viewed in the negative territory by the government. First of all, there's an unjust bias from what we can see with respect to what they think he did, with respect to his trial, and so on and so forth. So if you are a counsel to him, and you are also from the same ethnic group, they look at you as, IPOB, or they look at you as a criminal, or so on. So I can imagine what he would have gone through, apart from what we see on air, what we read about him, and the things that will be going on behind. I suspect that there would have been threats on his life. I suspect that there would have been people making moves, even from the southeast, to abandon the case. They would have offered him some money to do some dirty things, and so on and so forth. A couple of times, I think I remember at the point he collapsed, I think in court or something like that. So it's an enormous pressure. Would this have happened if it was the Yoruba person that was defending him, was his counsel or his lawyer or something like that? Maybe he would not go through part of all this pressure. The perception, the optics, and I thank God that now that America appeared to be stepping in or be interested in his case. There probably will be a review, and there'll probably be some attempt by the government to begin to see how we can undo whatever he has done. I mean, if you look at some of the pronouncements of people lately, there are people who also ought to have been tried or be in jail, even within the government, and other private citizens. But they're there working freely. Nothing is done. But I think that the clouds are gathering now. From what I see, I think that something is going to give, and he's probably going to be set free, either as a type of political settlement or a ploy, by the ruling party to sort of see if he can gain the support of the Southeast. I think that may happen. And some politician will claim credit for it, or the Supreme Court might rule, on some of the issues that he had put before. I mean, the court he had put in there, or maybe some pressure from within or outside the country. They may actually let him go. That's what I think. I think that a part of the pressure that I see coming on, even upon the ruling party, I think they're walking a tightrope now, not just with respect to Nnamdi Kanu's case, but generally speaking, with the politics that we see going on in the country. I think that even within itself, ground no level. That's what I would say. I would push, but it's not a very very easy thing for him, for a government that can spend such amount of time and money to go and extraordinary rendition someone, from Kenya. You can see that the government is neck deep in this whole conspiracy to get the man tried and to deal with him. And then you want to ask yourself the question, whatever it is that is the situation in the Southeast, has his imprisonment solved the problem? So if he hasn't solved the problem, that means there's something else that is wrong. It's not him, because if the attempt was, if we silence him, if we put him behind bars, then everything in the Southeast would be resolved, or would have cowed the Southeast. That doesn't seem to have happened. That's the agitation, for fairness, for justice, and even for Biafra has not stopped. So I think the government has to rethink its ways and means with respect to how it's dealing with the Southeast and various other interest groups that are shouting now. I mean, we can see whether it's in northeast or north central. I mean, it's or even almost everywhere in the country. It's the same outcry. People are feeling marginalized. People are insecurity is ravaging the country, and so on and so forth. Nnamdi Kanu surely cannot be the cause of all these things. So I think we're beginning to see that the government probably has not taken the right step. Apart from the legal implication of the trial itself, and the inconsistency that you see even as laymen, I think politically the government is complicit and probably will be thinking right now whether having done all this, it has achieved anything.
Okay.
That's my.
Thank you so much. And I'm coming to you, Chris. The lawyer said something that I find very interesting. He said, despite all of Soludo's efforts, that people are still sitting at home on Mondays. Though not everybody, but people, majority of the people are still sitting at home out of their own choice, which negates, which portray what we have said here, that people, my people that I spoke to say they're not sitting at home because somebody is forcing them, but because they've chosen to do that. So my question be, if these people are not sitting, they're sitting at home, and government wants to get them back to working, what should be the best approach? Especially with the fact that there is a demand the young people are doing. There's this demand in the north that says that Boko Haram are our children. They are our children's. Please accommodate them. And we are Nigerian nation accepted to accommodate them, and Nigerian nation accepted to sow them kaftan and give them rice for graduation, and now pay them to the point of the guy whose dad was killed. Oh, sorry, the guy whose dad was spied was telling us that the man who spied his dad now drives a Prado with 50,000 naira as a salary every month. So, Mr. Chris, I know you're a very wise man. So tell us, in this kind of society that is this division now, how do we bring unity? Because this young man whose father was spied is still alive, seeing the person who spied his father driving a government given Prado, and with 50,000 naira every month he goes to collect. How do we find unity? How do we find the center here and any sense of justice done for that young man?
So let me start by saying let me start with your last issue. You know, they said every bondman in his hand has the power to cancel his captivity. So if the guy thinks that he you know what he's looking for is not, or what that what is being done to him is not right, I mean, he can redress it. That's one. But on the issue, when you say, I have some disagreement with you when you say Aloy Ejimakor is doing fantastic job. He is not. He is not. I don't know how much I want to say here. Basically, everybody should know that what brought Nnamdi Kanu to the forefront is the IPOB. And the IPOB is demanding a referendum, not even Biafra, because Biafra is already is a country that used to be, but was actually subsumed into Nigeria. So Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB they are demanding referendum. So it's not anything bad. You know, so because people don't seem to understand what is the problem here. The problem is that the federal government do not want to obey allow people to exercise their right to agitate or to ask for something that is within the Nigerian legal system or Nigerian constitution. Okay? So when they now mismanage the issues surrounding the IPOB, they arrested Nnamdi Kanu 2015. Now, they actually charged him for treason. Now, fast forward to when he was convicted. He was convicted with charges that happened, or issues that happened around 2019, 2020, 2021. So I don't know how you could actually arrest somebody and convict him with a future offense, put him inside the court and wait till when he commits an offense. So that is the problem with that judicial, the legal system and everything around Nnamdi Kanu.
So why didn't
That's
the
what.
legal team see that obvious loophole?
You see?
The date does not correspond with what they are accusing him of.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain. So when the main lawyers that actually did the work, Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor and Ozokome did their work, that was why it was easy for them to discharge Nnamdi Kanu from all the charges that were leveled against him. However, this man that called himself Aloy Ejimakor, who I think is what I would describe as a lawyer, who was infused into the struggle, into the Nnamdi Kanu's this thing, derailed the issue by trying to take Nnamdi back to the court and then get him convicted. Now he is running around, going everywhere, making the life of Nnamdi Kanu more difficult. I don't see how he would want to be working for Nnamdi Kanu's release without the organization that actually made Nnamdi Kanu. People always say, oh, Nnamdi Kanu is a prophet, Nnamdi Kanu is a prophet. Nnamdi Kanu didn't get all those information from the air or from the sleep. There is what they have in this organization they call M Branch, an intelligence unit of IPOB that feeds him. But they made Nnamdi Kanu, this structure made Nnamdi Kanu. And this is the structure. When I asked him that question, he knew what I was asking him, but he refused to answer.
Yeah, because now I just want to press you a little bit more because I asked the same question. Why is there a conflicting understanding with his family members? With his family members, his wife and the real IPOB, they're not in one accord. They're sitting in different accords, not in one accord. So why is that?
Yeah, that is exactly what I'm trying to explain to you. The siblings, this particular lawyer, okay, they knew a lot of things that went wrong in Nnamdi Kanu's case. Starting from when he traveled to East Africa, to their sabotage, to the erudite professor Ozokome, who handled the case excellently. So they knew what they were doing. And they are not doing Nnamdi Kanu any good, basically. What would I say? So basically what I'm trying to explain is that there is no problem with the Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB except that he has, or these people that I call the enemies of IPOB has already cornered Nnamdi Kanu and holding him hostage. So basically, I will look at him as one of the kidnappers. That's the way I see him, actually. Are you hearing me? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I got a bit distracted. Yes, I heard you. Okay, if you what's your stake? I welcome Bonaventure. I'll come to you, but if you are you with me or you're still on the phone? Ify, okay, let's go to Tony. Tony, yeah, please. You heard what he said. What's your own take on that?
Well, I think that there's no doubt that we have issues with our judiciary, not just with the case of Nnamdi Kanu. Thank God Bro Oti is there. I think there are what I would call some imponderables in the entire trial that is yet to be unearthed. The judiciary is supposed to be the temple of justice. And I think with respect to this case and so many other cases that we've had, maybe because it's political or because the government is obviously biased. Maybe that's why, and then of course the judiciary, I hate to say, has appeared to be one that is subordinated to the executive. So it appears to be delivering justice, and that is quote unquote, according to the dictates of the executive. I mean, the lawyers say that justice must not only be done, but must also be seen to be done. So if you have a perception by the general public where they feel that in a particular case, if there's a preponderance of opinion or views that this is not a case that you would say the locus classicus, with respect to the trial of Nnamdi Kanu, the video judgments from the lower court, appeal, and the Supreme Court, and every other thing that went under, that we see, and how long it's taking, and going front and back, and tinkering with charges and so on and so forth. It does appear, to any person who is maybe who wants to be objective, that there's something else behind this whole trial. I'm not sure that if you had, again, I beg to say this, if you had a free and fair trial, if you had the gurus that you have had, the Kayode Shaws, the Okutas, and so on and so forth, that looking at this case, that it would have turned the way it is currently. So, I think it's an indictment, not only of the judiciary, indictment of the political system, indictment of our institutions, because if you have a country, the judiciary is supposed to be a check, not seen as an arm that is subservient to the executive. So if we had had a judiciary that Nigerians can trust, some of the atrocious development that we have seen, whether in politics, whether in social life and so on, that we have seen, would have been stopped. And they would have contributed immensely to redirecting and refocusing Nigeria to what true democracy, justice, and fairness would be. But we can't say that today. When you go to court, people have the feeling that you can bukatuanize the system. If you have, yes. Yes, that I mean, somebody said that. Somebody in the Senate said that. So, and it hasn't changed. And it agrees with the perception that we see today. When someone tells you to go to court, or someone, boasts as if he is the judge, and the arbiter, as if he already knows what the outcome is going to be. And that's unfortunate, because it robs off investment from your country. Because if I'm an investor, I will think twice if I have issues, legal issues in that country, and I'm not sure I can get justice. Then it becomes one of the drawbacks, So it permeates this judgment that we see all along. You take the political system, for instance. A man goes and runs for election, and he knows he's lost, but still he wants to go to court. It has become a tradition because the courts now decide, not the people who decide, who becomes your leader. And that's a complete aberration. Because if you look at so many cases that you have had, it is the court that is deciding. The court decides, who would be there. And sometimes they involve in all these technicalities that blinds its eye to the reality of the issues before them. And they rule on technicalities. So to come back to the issue, I think with respect to Nnamdi Kanu, I think it's time to really put a closure to this whole thing by maybe revisiting this whole issue. And, for once, it's on Tinubu's laps, even if he's going to use it as a political tool to see if he can woo the Southeast, because now he's in a complete dilemma. In the north, for instance, he's in trouble. So he might want to use that to see if he can whitewash whatever views that some of us who think that he has not done very well as the presiding officer of the state. In Nigeria, I think that it's unfortunate that this will happen. Again, like you have said, I was watching a video of a man who is saying, that he cannot be in the same mosque with someone who killed his father. And they are praying to the same God, that it is not acceptable to him. He's a Muslim. So you can't accept that kind of situation. If you can forgive someone, some of them have said they have killed 100, they've killed 100 people. Well, I saw some interviews where people are saying, I killed 100, and another one say I killed 40 people, and so on and so forth. And they're back in the society, and they're well treated. They are not, you can't compare that to Niger Delta if that's what people are saying. No, they are two different issues entirely. So those are some of the issues. And the way we have gone in the past few years is not a direction where we want the country to be. I think it's a shame. That's my view.
Okay, thank you so much. Bonaventure, you're welcome. What's your own view? And by the way, why is it that some people find it difficult to accept that Nnamdi Kanu have not done anything warrant what is suffering? They don't accept that, they don't see that. But they probably be easy for them to accept that the terrorists running amok in Nigeria and doing all kinds of things should be set free and should be pardoned. Why is that so?
Sorry. Well, I mean, I think the answer to that question, which I believe Aloy Ejimakor also addressed somehow, what is peculiar about the case of Nnamdi Kanu is the fact that he's an Igbo man. Okay, so again, we understand it to be a political case. So really, I didn't. I mean, there's no way I could have paid attention to if like the details, the legal, because it's not really. It's more like politics than anything else. Okay. If, for example, the Nigerian judiciary, which everybody can speak to its quality, it's the only way you can understand where with the Nigerian judiciary we have come to is this. There was a time when an average Nigerian, ordinary people who are not lawyers, I'm sure they would know one or two or three names. Okay, I mean, I'm talking about justice of the Supreme Court. They know their names. I'm non-lawyers. If you ask me now, and perhaps a lot of Nigerians, I'm sure they wouldn't know the name of any justice of the Supreme Court. Why is that? Because there's really, how many of who amongst them stands out as a justice, as a Supreme Court justice? So they're not, so it's gone down the drain as most other institutions in Nigeria. That's what we are. There's no point in beating about the bush. We understand this. So the case of Nnamdi Kanu is it's to put it simply, is the Civil War, a continuation of the war. Okay, it hasn't come to an end, and that's why when somebody asked him, Igbos, I think KJ, you asked that question. Why can't Igbos move on? Well, how could the Igbos, when Nigeria has not moved on? So they, we're still there hasn't been any kind of any progression. There hasn't been any transitional justice. We're still. That's why Igbo land is under siege. So this is clear. And this guy, the trial, the whole thing is, as I said, it's just a continuation, a prosecution of the war by other means. Okay. The pity is that most of our politicians, not all of them, are just, sell out. Most of them, not all of them. So people like Omahi, when he's talking, you can listen to him. Does he make sense? Anyway, that is the state of the polity. But for me, I'm always interested in what can be done, what we can do. I don't believe in a kind of the despairing, no matter how bad things seem. And this is where I'm gonna come to, because the first time I was I logged on, I wanted to kind of respond to what if you were saying. Now, no, I don't agree with how that Peter Obi, because everything is connected. Okay, let's just kind of what is fragmentation. It is the whole topic, is the whole thing where one thing we're discussing. Even when Chris brings up his matter about the flag, the fake or the false nation, Nigeria. No, we have nations, okay, and perhaps there's nothing unusual about having nations in one country. You see, the only what make the difference is the sincerity of purpose, the honesty, the people that make up this make up the entity, the geographical space or the country, how honest they are to themselves, to speak the truth, okay, and do justice, which I dare say, these are kind of the minimum requirements of any kind of sources of any kind of common enterprise. Nation building or a country is a common enterprise. People that are joined in it, they have to speak the truth, be honest to each other, and be just, do justice. So if these are missing, then they're wasting the time. So that's why Nigeria finds itself. But anyway, no, I don't agree that Obi is wasting his time. The reason is this. No, because it goes to look. I'm also addressing what people like Jagun, because he comes here to say this. Not only him, perhaps other people that this election 2027 is we shouldn't. I don't know. We should not have an election. But then he asked the question, what do we do? What should we do? No answer. No, I don't think that's not the world does not work that way. Yes. So let him. He has to fight the election, and he's a popular candidate. He should give it his best, and he should receive the support of well-meaning, reasonable Nigerians. And then let that election be rigged, and let Nigeria see that it's rigged, and the world knows that it is rigged. Okay, so now Nigerians can blame themselves if this time around, the second time, their election is rigged. Okay, I mean rigged by the current APC government. So that's then when they can blame themselves. But if they don't take part, participate, and fight, fight a good fight, because there's no other way. What are they gonna do? So if he's just talking and moaning, who does that help? So we have to do what we have to do. So discourage, I mean, not this kind of discouragement or whatever, no, I don't buy it. It doesn't, no. So people are working very hard. People are making sacrifices. No, the least those of us that come here to talk, or maybe that, from afar, from a distance, the least we can do is just to give them encouragement, and not to discourage them, and not to say that there's no hope. There's always hope. Okay. And this Tinubu for man is a human. He's still a human being. I don't know why people think he's a god or whatever. He doesn't own Nigeria. So yeah. So that's the thing. That's me being practical. I don't. I'm not giving to too much talk. So yes, as I said, case of Nnamdi Kanu, I know what it is. It's not, the legal, aspects of it is just really is it's in law, or I mean, you can turn a man into a woman, and so technicalities and all sorts of things. All this can happen. That is not important. What is important is the politics. What is really these people. Okay, look, a country that is ravaged by banditry, terrorism, and insecurity, if like disunity and all sorts of things, economy, and then this same country has the energy, the resources to be pursuing, well, not just one man, a movement or a people or an important segment of his population. Is that a thinking government? Is that, there is, no. So what you ask yourself, what are they doing? So is it their intention? Is it their meaning that they can really suppress a people, keep them, within the Nigerian system by force? For how long? By force, right? Whether you like it or not, you have to be part of this Nigerian system. Is that the meaning? Is that what they're saying? And they think how long will this go on? It doesn't make sense. So they're not interested in building a nation or in kind of united, whatever they want to call it. So they're not serious. I think for me is that of two things. So we have to at least participate, take part, and then if it fails, then it has failed. Okay, but it's not if you don't participate, you sit on the sidelines and complain.
Okay,
you're not gonna have the sympathy of people. You have to take part, and then let's see how far.
I agree with you. Oti. Thank you so much. I like to say this, especially to all of us who are here. I don't know why everybody is struggling to be in IPOB. If IPOB is not working for you, nobody stops you from going to form your own and become the head. And so why trying to cascade Nnamdi Kanu at all means at every given time you want to just bring him in and rubbish him? Is what I don't understand with some of our people. Especially the lady who best talk about her later on, Lolo Neka, Chigozie. If you feel that now you have come to the point where you want to lead Ndibo through the back door, don't do it through Nnamdi Kanu's name. Start your own movement. They about women's riot. It was done by women. The men didn't start it, and they took it over. They started it. So you can as well mobilize your own people and go ahead and do what Nnamdi Kanu is not doing very well. Okay? Not that every day you are on your set doing your broadcast and the only person you that is of interest to you is what Nnamdi Kanu have done and what he didn't do. Please, let's learn to, ANC, when they were fighting for the freedom of South Africa, it wasn't only ANC. The other freedom movements that were there, all of them did their own part. It wasn't only Martin Luther King that was a movement leader in America before they got the break to the heart. So let's not say, keep correcting or saying what he should have done. Why we are in the comfort of our bedrooms talking about it? That man is in the prison. If you are that strong and powerful, go to the street and show. Anyway, Shey, you're welcome. Chris, you're also welcome. Let's hear from you, CM. CM, I want to go to land the memory lane, which is a question somebody said I should ask Chris. Chris, they say you're a member of IPOB, that you should know how it was formed. So I don't know whether you know that you're a member of IPOB or by proxy you understand. I am not, listen, I follow.
Look, KJ.
Yes.
What is IPOB? IPOB is Indigenous People of Biafra, right?
Yes, all indigenous.
So even Omahe is the IPOB member. It's
No,
IPOB.
well, I've taken
Now
out.
there's a movement called registered as IPOB. Okay, so and that is the one Nnamdi Kanu leads, and that's the structure that made Nnamdi Kanu, and that's the structure they are trying to destroy. Okay, and that's the structure this lawyer is is advising Nnamdi Kanu to destroy, and that's basically where you misunderstood Lolo Nneka Chinezie. Okay.
Okay,
So,
hold on. Let's talk about that. How did I misunderstand her? Is that what she's saying?
you misunderstand her because basically, I didn't follow her. Although there's what we call SS, but she went to the Sokoto prison and came back and said that Nnamdi Kanu told her that the OS is the leadership of IPOB, and that everybody should, or that, so she is now advocating that everybody that loves Nnamdi Kanu should walk through that organization that made Nnamdi Kanu and that has been fighting for Nnamdi Kanu. Okay, so that's what she is actually advocating. But it seems that those who do not want.
No, I agree with you, Chris, on that. In fact, I wanted to even invite her.
Let me finish.
Hold on. If you listen to me, there's an invite. I wanted to interview her on 90 Minutes Africa when she left Sokoto prison, and some of the things she said, and because some of the things she said at that time was in concurrence with what Chido Nkano had done, the research he did on how the insurgents going on in the southeast and how it's being manipulated, and she was able to also weigh into that. But somewhere along the midstream, she now is saying that all the members of the IPOB. So from the time she left Sokoto to now, her language and emphasis have changed to become something else. For instance, how did the story of a young girl get into this?
Yes. You see, that is exactly what I'm trying to explain to you. The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu actually brought her into the fray. Now, when she discovered that that Nnamdi Kanu told her that there is an organization called IPOB that still exists, and that the leadership of IPOB is DOS and has structures, okay? Now, she came back to try to tell people that this is what Nnamdi Kanu told her. And the siblings were not happy because they were kicking against the DOS. They want to destroy the structure.
I think Chris is misinforming us here.
Say?
You are misinforming everybody here.
No, hold on, Chris. Chris, don't worry. You see,
okay. So
2014. So I'm not a newcomer. I have all the information. In fact, I'm trying to arrange to do a documentary on it. Okay.
So what is going on is that the siblings, okay, are trying to lure Nnamdi Kanu away from the structure, and then hoping that, you know, if they destroy the structure, they will release Nnamdi Kanu. Now, that's where the woman says no, that they shouldn't do that, and that's where she fell. They fell out with her, and then they started all that they are ranting, and so it's not like whatever she said is correct or whatever she said is right. But when you are, how will we put it? When there is an altercation, people are bound to say things that they shouldn't say. So probably that is why. But in the main, what I understood her to be saying is that anybody that is interested in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should support him through the organization called IPOB.
Okay, when was the
leadership is the DOS.
When was the last time you listened to Lolo Neka? The last broadcast you listened of her? When was the last time you listened to her broadcast?
Oh, actually, she was on Biafran television last night.
Okay, so this is what I said. The last time I listened to her, what she was saying is no way anything that, even if I didn't support IPOB, I would never have taken that coming from a mother in Igbo land and talking about a system that that if not for that system that was set up by now, the Igbo land would have been in trouble, bigger than it is now. Let's face fact.
Yeah, but that's what she's saying, that she's supporting Nnamdi Kanu for setting up this DOS.
When you leave the message,
she's saying that she's supporting. Now listen, she's saying that she's supporting Nnamdi Kanu for setting up DOS. I mean the IPOB.
Please, excuse me, KJ. Please, let's make progress. We are not here. Nobody is here to be interviewed on anything. Whatever opinion anybody hold, let it be the person's opinion. If you want to know about DOS, there's a headquarter. If you want to know about anything, visit Nnamdi Kanu in prison, dialogue with him one-on-one. Whatever he tells you becomes the fact. Let's not.
Okay, but we need to because you see,
he said, she said, there are a lot of gossips. Even Nigerian government manufactures their own and put out, all in the name jokes. They are telling him now they can listen. This is the deal. Nnamdi Kanu stop Biafra, then you go. Nnamdi Kanu refused. So they will now go and then say all the people that are with you, they've all left you, you're only alone. So this is just the gossip they are bringing about. Don't listen to all this. If you want, anybody can go to Sokoto and listen to Nnamdi Kanu, or you go to Germany headquarters and talk to Chike Dozien. Simple. I don't see all this
we are saying the same thing.
We're all saying the same thing. CM, we're all saying the same thing. All right, CM, you are welcome.
Let's make progress. Okay, thank you.
Now we're making progress. That is Oji Erugu Ginaka now. Oya na wani abiko.
Okay, so I take my
for once, I didn't.
All right.
I didn't.
Thank you so much.
I did not attend the session by Aloy Ejimakor. Although Rudolph, I know that he will be coming today, but tried as I could. I couldn't make it to be present, at least to listen to him, field questions from Rudolph, or even if it's time for audience participation, for me to contribute. But be that as it may, one thing I can only say is general, that taking up the case of Nnamdi Kanu is just whatever the attorney or whoever they tender, Nnamdi Kanu has no case. It's as simple as that. If you look at it politically, it has no case. In the legal way, it has no case. It's just that the fear, Nigerians are being held together by force. This thing called the unity of Nigeria is by force. They are forcing it on people, be a unity. If Ndi Igbo are not important in Nigeria, according to Professor Nigo Tite, they say there are more than 300 ethnic groups. If one go, you still have up to 200. So why are you afraid? Why are you afraid? It's just that people felt that if Igbo man should go, no more. The whole everywhere, people. No, we are not taking anybody. So that's why they are telling Nnamdi Kanu leave what you leave. Okay, if Nnamdi Kanu committed crime, you can't be going to prison and say, drop Biafra agitation, we release you. So where is the treason then that we are charging him for? Where is the treason? Where is the treason that we are charging him for? Then you go and ask him, drop. But Nigeria, you see the tragedy of Nigeria, or the contradiction I can never understand. They will tell you agitation, what is it called? Self-determination is your right for grammar, for mouth. Can't you put it in practice? If you now want to put it in practice, they say you want to destabilize Nigeria. What is self-determination without a geographical delineation of an area? That this place want to be self-determined. Oh, it's your right. It's your right. Self-determination is in United Nations Charter. It's in African AU Charter everywhere. That's for grammar. Okay, put it in practice. Put it in practice by saying, now I want to put that in practice. Let me put it in practice. Practicalize it the way they say. They start to tell you, Nigeria. Then some idiot will just come here and tell you, oh no, look at South Sudan. As if Igbo man is now a Sudanese. You're comparing an Igbo man with a Sudanese. Look at South Sudan. Look at, if you see South Sudan, is Igbo man a Sudanese? We are different people. We are different people. So you see, what I commend Aloy Ejimakor for what he is doing. Actually, somebody with Nigeria, in fact, Nigeria, they're just beating about the bush. It's just that they're just holding him because he's an Igbo man, and they know they've tried also. They thought that everything is money, promising heaven and earth. He said no way. That either he gets his Biafra or he just go. That is his right. He said it in court, beating his chest. Say, self-determination is my right. I must agitate. So what is the point? Meanwhile, this is somebody you renditioned, and some people will even be coming to justify. Every lawyer anywhere in the world, at least in the Commonwealth, must quote Lord Denison, a British and English jurist. You cannot put something on nothing and expect it to stand. It must surely fall. You can't go and rendition somebody against international law and they want to obtain justice from injustice. Where is he done? Because Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo. You try him from magistrate court to high court to appeal court to Supreme Court, then you come back again. And everybody just looking, he did this, he did that. Look at what is happening. Do you know that now? You see, do you know that since last week I've been watching? I don't want to. There's an article I'm preparing to write and just gathering this thing. Do you know that now, because of the hypocrisy, people are afraid to now call Nnamdi Kanu after Jesus Christ? It should be Nnamdi Kanu. That man is a prophet. He told them, look at what is happening in Southwest Yoruba land now. He told openly. Now they're sharing the video everywhere. He told them, because of Tinubu's ambition, now they have to implement Sharia by force. For them, that is their condition. The terrorists are giving you people condition. And then now they can say all these things. People have forgotten about it, oh, this, all that. It's just a waste of time. They are just wasting their time. When you are just, when you have a case, when your case is clear, it is clear. Now, let me tell you, because, you know, the problem with Nigeria is that this so-called unity that is forced, and you want to sustain it. You see, illiteracy is a bliss, not just a disease. That's what they call generational issue. There are certain things our parents tolerated. Their children, when it comes, everything don't change. They can't take it. I remember a tape. They were talking about what an interview Ojukwu granted. I didn't know when I crammed it in self. I didn't unconsciously I crammed it. Ojukwu said, we have tried to live in Nigeria designed by Great Britain and handed to us. We have killed a lot of people because of that Nigeria handed over to us by Britain. We fought a civil war, killed a lot of people. Yet, the problem still persists. Is it not time to go to the very foundation of Nigeria? This is what Ojukwu did. This is, watch my hand. Is it not time that we go to the very foundation of that Nigeria? That word is prophetic. And it summarized Nigeria. Britain designed Nigeria and gave to us. We tried to sustain it, no way. We fought a genocide, killed a lot of, and they are still killing to sustain that country. Is it not time we go to the very foundation? That's what Oju said. The tape is everywhere. He said they are sharing it on social media. So what really I said, you see, this is an issue I wanted to raise with Aloy Ejimakor. It's not a question of legal. What is legal? What are they looking? Which law? Which law? You rendition somebody, you brought him in by midnight after assaulting him. Supreme Court even agreed that Nigeria, messed up. It's an committed international crime by lending themselves to that type of thing. And then you stand the person in court and start to jail. Why not apply? Now, Kenya is a member of the Commonwealth. UK is, of course, this is the headquarters of Commonwealth. All you need to do is, Attorney General, we write a letter. We've seen him now, they carry in court. Please, we need him. Even the people here, we now prepare, give him a solicitor, go and answer your charge. Why didn't they do it? Because he's an Igbo man. Why didn't they? Is that not the way to do it? You apply so that you do not know that, yes, you are obeying the law. When Hush Puppy sort of implicated, was it Abakari, the police officer, why undergoing trial in US? America is a superpower. They could have invaded Nigeria and then took Abakari without us knowing. But the Attorney General has to apply. Say, we need this man. Why? When he reached Nnamdi Kanu, they have to rendition him in the midnight. Then brought him in. Then Malami, this Malami will go and speak Hausa to tell the people, we don't catch him. We don't, as if catch and native. And then you want to maintain a distance. You see, Nigeria is playing God.
Not the enemy of the North. All right. See, let me cut you. Yes, when Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned back, that broadcast was done in Hausa by the then Attorney General. I'm coming to you, Mr. Chris. Nwa Ugo. Now, in 1971, Nigeria, led by General Gowon, who was the one who executed the Biafran War, supported the separation of Bangladesh from the present Pakistan. In 2015 or thereabout, Buhari supported the separation of Palestinian land, two-state solution in the Israel-Palestinian struggle. In other words, they should have two different countries. Why have these individuals who have done all kinds of things to sustain Nigeria unity not see the reason to also accept that there should be a separation of Biafra from Nigeria, or better still, like we have all advocated, sit down with every known tribe in Nigeria and map out how everybody can work together. Let them give you their suggestion of what makes them feel they belong to Nigeria, and let everything that is due them be given to them, irrespective of their number, whether they are 5 of the people in that tribe or they are 100 million. Yes, sir, you can go ahead, sir.
KJ, is that question for me? Because
yes, I
was breaking out. You are breaking. I couldn't, get in fullness your question. But
okay.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, I would have loved to remain here until the end of this program, but something, facilitated me to come in, and I was listening from the background when I heard Chris. I heard his narrative, and I felt that Chris is one of your regular, panel here, that panelists that sometimes I cherish his opinion, but this one, he is deadly wrong on this. When it has to do with Aloy Ejimakor, I was vexed when he described him, relegated him to as a lawyer of the what did they call it again? Is it for
the Ohaneze?
What is this?
Ohaneze and the
Ohaneze. Yeah, so it is. So that is quite very insulting way of bringing down a reputable, wise counsel as Aloy Ejimakor. I was not able to listen to the interview today, but I know that once he's here, many people are going to misconstrue him, and unfortunately, this time Chris is one of those that do not put any relevance to the credible work that this man has been doing. Chris forgot to know that Ejimakor has been at the forefront, legal arguments and contesting the, jurisdictions of Nigerian court to the trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Chris forgot to ask question: why hasn't Nnamdi Kanu, considered this man to be his special counsel? You get it? So, and the answer is because he has been consistently, raised issues, concerning the legality of, Kanu's arrest. He is the one that described what an extraordinary rendition from Kenya about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ejimakor, the one that you really loved, does not even know what that rendition is all about. And perhaps these are the only facts that what you hear from the public space. And today, now Ejimakor, decided to come to public space to make some statement. Perhaps you've not been able to, you're not prelude to hear for him to even tell all that he knows, what happens, what took place, why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has to go back to trial. He is not the one, please, my brother, that took him back to court. It is the government. And that is because of the mistake of the man that we cherished. What is that? Is Ifeanyi. Ifeanyi is very incompetent. Have you asked Mazi Nnamdi Kanu why was he, relieved from that assignment? It's just because of incompetence. And he knew he is not really qualified, and he knew he was compromised by the government. And the best way is to quietly relieve him. As Mazi Nnamdi Kanu didn't want to make too much noise about it. But gradually, Ifeanyi is getting himself exposed gradually. But all that people do not know will soon be known. So please, Chris, I just came so that because you could sometimes go and get your facts. Don't just come and start, speaking, the views of people who do not have any information. I believe where you are disseminating this information is a broad space. So because you don't do things, you are more than, you are really much more than this. You get it? Aloy Ejimakor as a special counsel to Nnamdi Kanu has been very instrumental, in crafting and executing, the legal and advocacy on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case. Watch him, you will see what is going to happen in the appeal. Now we have the brief. I believe when you have the privilege to see all this, you'll be able to know who this man is and the rest of the other things. Later on, you will know why, what Ejimakor did on this guy, so that people, those who have this man in heart, who has in heart to bring out Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Ifeanyi prevented them. And the day that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was discharged but not acquitted, they were supposed to go in and do the needful. Ifeanyi did not. Ifeanyi disappeared. The other one, the son, was in United States the same day. Isn't that tell you something? So because if Chris, don't just come here and be talking here now, tomorrow. Try to make some, get your facts. KG, thank you, and every other person. Because I'm somewhere, I hope I will get the opportunity to come back.
So please just stay there. Let me just let me answer you.
Please hold on.
Yeah, let him stay here. Let me answer him so that he wouldn't be outside his distance.
Bro, Chris, both of you are Chris. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's very
hold on
important.
now.
It's very important we get
Relax,
the fact,
relax.
we get the truth.
Ross, relax now. Thank you so much for your contribution, Mr. Chris. I really enjoyed
Thank
the
you.
way you are, and I appreciate that you know, we appreciate it if you can find more time to come, so we all can rub minds
Yes,
together.
I am IPOB. I'm
Yeah,
IPOB,
this is
staunch IPOB. I'll come
where
to put me
we
on decks. I will make everything explained to you guys, okay? I'm not
thank you so
hiding. This
much.
is my face. Yeah.
I
Thank
I
you.
do happy to have hosted you.
Bye-bye.
Have you, please? All right, Chris. Go ahead. If you want, you can wait to hear him. If not, you are.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It will be nice for him to stay so that so that we can explain these things together. Okay. The first thing he needs to know, okay, about Aloy Ejimakor. Aloy Ejimakor became prominent when he appeared on Ohanese's forum at Handshake, but it's not a disqualifying issue for me. Now,
Sorry.
the second thing I want him to know is
Hello,
this.
hello, my brother Chris. If
Look,
you
first,
can
let
allow
me finish. Can I finish?
I just want
Hold on.
And in the nations,
Ike, hold on.
observation. I'm
Okay,
not trying
observe.
to take your words
Okay,
from your
Chris,
mouth.
observe. I mean, sorry, Ike, observe.
Why
Observe.
I need a windy, but why are you meeting in Dibo? That is an observation. I just want to
Yeah.
make an observation.
That's why I said go ahead
Yeah.
now.
Chris, what I was trying to say is that can you not go this area you are going? Because it's not important for us to understand that. I don't want you to diminish somebody, the personal integrity of somebody. That's not why we are here.
I'm not diminishing
So I don't
diminishing
want to
his
hear the
personal
story of Ohanes
integrity.
and stuff like that. It's not
No,
important.
I'm not diminishing his integrity. Somebody came here and said to me that I do not know my facts. And the facts are clear. One, Nnamdi Kanu was discharged at the appeal court. That is the best how will I say it? The best
Result.
outcome. The best outcome.
Chris, he was
The best
discharged, he was
outcome.
not acquitted. There are two different things. He was discharged, he was not
Listen,
acquitted.
first of all, listen. Are you going to listen? He was discharged. Now, when you come to the issue of acquittal, the acquittal is when you are gone through the court system. Okay? That is when you gone through the trial. Then that's when they put acquittal. But the court even went further to say he should not be tried in any Nigerian court again.
yes.
So which one is bigger? He should not be tried in any Nigerian court again.
Yeah,
so which one is bigger? The
Chris,
acquittal or that he should not be tried in any Nigerian court again?
no, Chris. See, this is I follow that story, and I was
So
still
no, let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. You see, when we say things, we say them because we have facts, not because we want to have statements. Now, if somebody said to you that you are not supposed to be tried in any other court in Nigeria, what does that mean? It means that he says that he's going back, then they went back to the trial to convict him and now start appealing. How does that make sense?
So that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
And
Chris.
I'm trying to explain to you when the IPOB said, he said he's an IPOB member. When the IPOB said that they have stopped trial, they don't want to go further beyond that until Nigeria obeys their court, because this is a political issue. And it is based on that they will be able to bring Nnamdi Kanu out. Because this organization is built in Nnamdi Kanu. And this organization gave him everything Nnamdi Kanu has been saying on the radio. Okay? There's a branch of IPOB they call M branch, the intelligence unit.
So my question to you, Chris, is this: since they gave Nnamdi Kanu everything he's saying. Now that Nnamdi Kanu have been in prison for all these years, why are they not telling us what's going to happen again? Why are they not giving us the same broadcast any longer? Why are they not holding broadcast and telling us exactly what's going to happen? Because they still have Radio Biafra. Why is it that they've lost
Have you
followership?
been listening to Radio Biafra?
Yes, sometimes, not as because
Okay. Okay.
listen,
Now listen. First of all, let me explain. There are so many broadcasters along Nnamdi Kanu when he was outside, right? Now, when Nnamdi Kanu was a this thing, those broadcasters are still doing their job. But when you have any member of DOS come to the radio and you listen, you will know what is the difference. They will tell you exactly what is going to happen or what is happening. Okay?
well,
But there are other broadcasters around Nnamdi Kanu, broadcasting at the time. But when the member of DOS, which Nnamdi Kanu is a member, when they come, they will tell you what, and what.
Let's move on. Thank you. Mr. Ike, you have heard the discussion so far. Let's move away from that. The question is Aloy Ejimakor and the appeal that we are now waiting to get a date for the hearing. He said that the packaging is rich and that he hopes that the judiciary will be up and able to act decisively without having to compromise issues. Is it something that you are hoping that the judiciary eventually do the right thing at this time?
Happy Sunday to everybody.
Sunday to you, sir.
I'm going to come in a different angle from from my own perspective. First of all, I want to start with a question. Why was Mike Ozaheme removed from the legal team of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? I'm asking a question. Maybe Chris, maybe you know. I want to know why.
Okay. Now okay. Now what happened is this. They blackmailed Michael Zukume to Nnamdi Kanu and told him that Zukume was receiving award from Nigerian government. Okay? So
who blackmailed Mike Ozaheme to Nnamdi Kanu? Who? Who blackmailed Mike Ozaheme?
The siblings, Aloy Ejimakor and the siblings.
That's not true.
Anyway, I don't know if why you know why I asked the question, because
that's not true.
Because I don't know why Mike Ozaheme was removed from Nnamdi Kanu's case, right? But that's by the way. So that's why I say I'm going to start with a question.
And it was because he was removed that Aloy Ifeanyi Ejiofor left too. He wasn't sacked. Aloy Ifeanyi Ejiofor is still the legal counsel for IPOB and releasing a lot of IPOB detainees.
But IPOB, the lawyer for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is different from that lawyer of IPOB now. They're not serving the same place.
Ifeanyi Ejiofor used to serve the same purpose until Nnamdi Kanu removed Ozokeme, and then he decided to leave. Then Aloy Ejimakor took over.
But hold on, why will Ifeanyi Ejimakor decide to leave when before he came, or before Ozokeme came, he was already handling the case of IPOB? Handling the case of Nnamdi Kanu. Okay, I don't. So what, he couldn't have resigned in protest because
no. You see, he brought Ozokeme. Okay, Nnamdi Kanu he told Nnamdi Kanu he needed a senior advocate to handle the case.
The reason for a senior
Nnamdi Kanu asked him for Ozokeme, and he brought him, and they worked together and discharged Nnamdi Kanu, right? So Now, Ozekeme now realized that from then on, what is required is now more of political rather than legal. So that's why everywhere he went at that time, he talked about Nnamdi Kanu. He talked about the Nnamdi Kanu case. Now, when at some point the siblings and the Aloy Ejimakor were blackmailing him, they were writing a whole lot of things along the line. And then when Nnamdi Kanu decided to ask him to stay outside, Ifeanyi Ejiofor said, well, he cannot continue with the case. That's what happened.
So why will you see? That's the arm twist that I don't like in the Nigerian system. Why will you now say, because even though I don't know the reason why that will happen, but if the owner of the case decide to remove a senior advocate, is that the only senior advocate in Nigeria that can work with him? Because he also got other senior advocates like
this case is strategic. It's strategic. We look for people that can actually do the work and get what we want.
And I know that
that's exactly. When Agabi came, when all this sand came, you see, that is the point we are trying to make. When Ozekeme and Ifeanyi Ejiofor were handling the case, Nnamdi Kanu wasn't speaking in the court, was he?
No, but
he wasn't speaking in the court. Chris, it's not like as if he didn't want to speak. He wanted. But they stopped him from speaking.
No, Chris.
Now, when these people left, Aloy Ejimakor and the rest got him to start speaking in the court. And that's where this thing started going worse, from bad to worse.
Okay, can I continue from what I heard? Let me agree here that none of us know the reason why Michael Ojogeme was stopped from Nnamdi Kanu's case. Two, like the question KJ asked, Chris is trying to tell us that he's trying to make me to understand that Michael Ojogeme was not representing IPOB, he was representing Nnamdi Kanu, or someone is representing Nnamdi Kanu, and another person is representing IPOB. That I do not understand. That's by the wayside. Most of the time when we are speaking about what happened to the Igbos, some of us, whatever that happened to the Igbos happened to all of us. And as time goes and as we grow, each and every one of us became to have a different perspective on how to heal, on how to recover, and how to move on. We have a different way of trying to recover. We have a different way of trying to heal. We have a different way of trying to understand how can we move on? How can we remove this scar that is with us for all these years? How can we move on? And situations like this make a lot of us have different divergent views and the way we can heal and recover and restore our land. It doesn't necessarily mean that there is anybody who is more Igbo than any other person. Nobody is more Igbo than anybody. If we work in an office and we are given a task and we are supervisors and team leaders, but we are given the same task and they ask us to explain how we are going to achieve this result. You, KJ, or me, or my sister, you are going to come from the perspective where you understand it, and I will come from my own area of perspective. But at the end of the day, what is important is when we submit what we have written, the most important thing is that the two facts are able to achieve the result that was expected from both of us. So What am I trying to say is this. There are so many layers with the case of Nnamdi Kanu that most of us, because of the way we feel about what happened to us, we try not to understand or realize that this Nnamdi Kanu case has so many layers to it. I am happy that Chris ended up understanding that the case of Nnamdi Kanu is no more legal, but it's a political issue. So now, for me, I believe that the case of Nnamdi Kanu is a political issue. But also, I want, for me, my own belief, these people who are running around Mr. Tinubu as the president of Nigeria from the southeast, I want you to know that Mr. Tinubu do not trust any of these politicians from the southeast. He don't believe in any of them. He doesn't trust in any of them. You know why? Because he know and he understand that none of them can be able to give him 25% vote from any state in the southeast.
But why should Tinubu be giving even 2% vote?
No,
why?
no. I'm just giving an example. See why I'm not talking about. I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying that he's going to get 25%.
No. I mean,
Why can't we have free and fair election? If you get 100%, you get 100%.
Ike, when you say Tinubu don't trust,
I understand what you are saying. I understand.
Tinubu don't trust. Tell me in this world who trusts Tinubu.
Wait,
Tinubu want people. Tinubu is afraid, doesn't trust people. Tell me, just mention one person that trusts Tinubu that you know.
CCM, listen, we are not. I know what we are just discussing. I just want to put my own opinion in this particular topic. Why do I say this? Tinubu, as they call him, whatever they call him, strategists. He know that all these politicians that are coming from the southeast that are pretending to be with him, he know that there is nothing in this wide world that will make him to get 2% vote in the southeast. He doesn't have any political person in the southeast. Even the brother of KJ Ojuzakalu, who claimed to be that he's a friend of Tinubu for so many years, Tinubu knows that it doesn't matter how close he is to anybody, they cannot be able to give him 2% vote in the southeast. So that what does that shows to you? It shows you that he knows that he doesn't have any political, he doesn't have any political capital in the southeast that he can use to say, okay, because of the political capital that I have, I am going to release Nnamdi Kanu, because he doesn't have. And the politicians in the southeast, more especially the governors of the southeast, they are part and parcel of the problem. I keep saying it anytime we come here. They are part and parcel of the problem why Nnamdi Kanu is still there. Because they themselves know that the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu would completely wipe away their political existence in the southeast. And that is not what they want. Was it not last week your brother, Umehi, what did they got that said that Tinubu is the Biafra we are looking for, right? So is it this kind of people are the people that are praying and asking God, how can we bring our brother out? No, they are not after that. So that's why I said that there are so many layers to the issue of our brother. So, and sometimes when we all are discussing it as Ndibo or the people who suffer this, I know it's emotional sometimes, but also we should also remember that there are so many layers to this issue. It's not more a legal thing, it's a political issue. You understand what I'm saying? So there are so many reasons why we from the Southeast can always be angry. One of them is that almost the same thing we are asking now, the Kanu is asking what Iboho was asking. Iboho now is now a free man and is now working for the man in Asoro. And he even said that he even threatened that Obi should not come to the Southwest to do campaign. Right? There are a lot of people which we know that have done so they have committed so egregious offense more than what. Can I
Ike,
finish?
Igboho said Peter Obi should not campaign in the southwest.
Yeah.
Some people are now campaigning in the southwest and they are crying. Yes, probably these people that are campaigning in the southwest now is the people they want. So what about that? You
No,
don't
no,
want
no.
Peter Obi
Listen.
to come and campaign, but there are people now campaigning in the southwest, and you people are crying and telling you you must implement Sharia law by
Does
force.
he? But
Ah,
CM, does he mean, what are you trying to? Are you trying to say that Obi is not going to campaign in the southwest? No, he will go to
no, no.
campaign in the southwest. So, but I'm just trying to make a point. What Oluomo did in a civilized country, what is different from what they're trying to say Nnamdi Kanu did? Bayo Ononuga, who is the chief spokesperson of the government of this present day, what he have used his platform to say, what is more egregious than what they are accusing Nnamdi Kanu, what he has done? The people that are taking our lives in Nigeria today, the people that they say they are rehabilitating, they rehabilitate them, give them everything they need. They will come back to live in the midst of families that they have exterminated their family, taking over their land, take over their properties. Is it to be compared with what our brother said? No. But that's why I said that, my brothers, there is a lot of layers to Nnamdi Kanu's case. And so that when we are talking and discussing about it, we should also consider the layers that what is going on. Nobody is going to tell me why am I suffering as an Igbo man in Nigeria. I know, but it is only when I accept that that is what my destiny is, which no Igbo man or woman has accepted it already. After all, they gave us 20 pounds. And what has 20 pounds done to us? We have become captains of industries with 20 pounds. We are not lacking behind. We have moved on. We have grown. We have superseded all of them. We are on top of all of them. It doesn't matter whether anybody wants to believe it or not. We have overgrown the 20 pounds. And that is one of the things that surprises them, that if these people can survive with 20 pounds, what if you give them 1 million? So while we are discussing this, and at the time, sometimes also sit back and thank yourself and say that you are proud to be an Igbo man, because we have achieved a lot. We have overgrown a lot. We have come of age. What they never expected us to achieve, we have overachieved that. So I'm ending like this by saying, let us not continue to fight ourselves whenever the issue of Nnamdi Kanu and the Igbos comes on the platform. We all are fighting for the same thing, but we have a different way to approach whatever we want. We are all feeling the pain together. We are all suffering the same thing together. We also want to heal. We want to heal. We want to let go. The 3R they promised us, have they given it to us? No. But it has not stopped us. It has not stopped us not to move on. Check around the world where you live today. In every aspect of human life, in any country where you are, you will see an Igbo man somewhere. So that is to tell you. You see, we are
Okay.
We are blessed.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So
Thank you
please
so much.
let us not feel too bad whenever, as if we are fighting ourselves here. No, we are not fighting ourselves. We are fighting for the same cause.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ike. Thank you. I like that part that you said. We're all blessed, and every tribe in Nigeria is a blessed tribe. And we have never, and I will never, and I will always support anybody who brings up an issue about what is going on in their community, and we shall talk about it. Mind you, Nnamdi Kanu didn't start this agitation with Biafra in mind. He started agitating for the injustice and the buying of people in the north. That was how it started. He didn't come out to say, okay, we want. So you're saying, look, let us deal with this thing that's happening now, because when it's going to get out of hand, and when it does, it will consume the whole country. This is what he was saying. The videos are out there. I'm sure if I take my time, I can find it on this my desktop. But so, what is there? What is our desire? What is our way forward in trying to propagate the real issue that Nigeria has, other than refusing to treat what is obvious, even to the blind man, even what the blind man can see, that there is a lopsided development and injustices in the system. That's what we can see. Anybody can identify that. I don't know if he has something to say before I go to CM.
If he was raising her hand, so
yes, go ahead.
So, hi, I don't know if you guys heard what's his name, Joe Ibokwe went to, I think,
Ladipo Market,
Ladipo, yeah.
Yes, but he denied that he wasn't beaten.
They said they almost.
He was stoned. Pure water everywhere. He was stoned.
And then, he threatened them that whatever. You see, and again, this is another reason why we're having this problem. We're having somebody like that will come out on social media and threaten the Igbo. If they ever try this, they will shut their market for whatever, how many more, or they go back. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? These people will never take Igbo serious. It's because of people like him. Okay.
All right.
Unfortunately, he's from my place.
Oh, yeah. We know he's your uncle.
He's from my place. There was a time they wanted to burn his house down.
No, they burned his house. Not they wanted
did, right?
to. He was
yes.
I think twice they burnt it. He felt that he can rebuild. They burnt it again. Then he abandoned it.
And I heard that he hasn't come back to the village.
Yes, no, they said if he rebukes it, they will burn it again. He knows.
So let's I think I'll bring CM into this.
Well,
in the advent or in the times that difficulty has come to Igbo land, there's always been this set of people who are described as Nde Sabo. Now, is it that the Sabo have now become an advanced Sabo, or is it that they are just the same system still as it were before? Because when the Biafran War was going on, there was some part of Igbo land they could not penetrate because they didn't understand the terrain. But Nde Sabo took them in and showed them the way to get to those places, because they were swampy. They had very dangerous waters that it looks very small, but it swallows people when they get in. So this Nde Sabo took them across those places, showing them how to pass. CM, has this Nde Sabo now turned to people like Joe Igbokwe, or is it that they are just still doing the same kind of things?
No, the thing is that they have all been, when Nnamdi Kanu was making broadcast, and I agree with him. What Fulani fathered in Igbo land, there are many. To be honest with you. What so many products, imbeciles. Look at Joe Igbokwe. By the time you see, there is a saying in Igbo land that when two brothers are quarreling, after a while, they will reconcile. But if the quarrel becomes such that it will take long, maybe generation, it means that one of them is they're not from the same blood. Because blood is thicker than water. Joe Igbokwe, these are people they should go and check their parental background. To be honest with you. How can you come and be, if you want to join Tinubu, by all means, Tinubu should have friends across everybody, even a thief. But must you drag your people under the bus because you want to be commissioner for Agbekpo General in Lagos State to be carrying shit. I heard that before when he was screened for commissionership, almost the entire day they were firing him question. In the end, what did they give him? To look after Lagos gutters. Even then, Tinubu moved to Abuja and packed all the Lagos boys. Where is Joe Ibokwe today? Not even get man in Aso Rock, and he's still making noise. It's a shame. When you are moving and your people are not following you, you have to look back. Ask yourself why. Is he the only wisest Igbo man? All his politics is how to drag in Igbo, how to insult Igbo. All his politics. He say one or two things, he must bring Igbo. What is the meaning of that? People can't take it anymore. He knows. The only thing is that they don't want to, give him the final treatment. Joe Ibokwe, his likes has been, there are many, they are abandoned. They are. Joe Ibokwe collects money from Tinubu to go and distribute across Ndibo in Lagos in the hope that they will give him vote. They told him, who are you? They started telling Joe Ibokwe, look at the damages, what we suffered in Lagos. The idiot in Aso Rock, they call, what is the name? He said, they will kill all Igbos in Lagos and seize all their property. And that is what Oluomo is doing. Where was Joe Ibokwe when the Oba of Lagoon was threatening Igbo, if you don't vote for the person I pick? Can you imagine? And Joe Ibokwe is there. A criminal who retired from the police. They make him Oba, and then he was, imagine assembling Igbo. You must vote. Who are you? That is what gave the effrontery to this idiot called Bayo Nonoga. This is the last time. Imagine. Such a bastard. These are the type of people that Joe Ibokwe, they will send Joe Ibokwe, go and thought they just doing boy for Omoale. Doing boy for them. They know. He said, somebody told me that if they want to finish Joe Ibokwe, they should have sent him back to his Mecca. But they wanted to leave him just to be humiliating him. Let him go and rebuild his house in Nnewi now. Let him rebuild it again. He just making. He can only be an errand boy in Lagos. It's not a shame. From a great town in Igbo land, in Nnewi, for that matter. Nnewi makes people billionaires. People become billionaires in Nnewi without living in Nnewi town. That their market square, you can be anything you want to be. All the containers leaving Lagos going down to the east. If they are 165, we end up at Nnewi. Maybe 25 at Yaba. The rest can be in Enugu or maybe. Everything ends up there. All the great importers, billionaires, they are based in Nnewi. And yet, Joe Ibokwe is from that area. And he's talking nonsense. He goes to Lagos and be cleaning gutter for Moale. By the way, any man, if you want to even talk of Yoruba people, a real Omolu are being Yoruba. If you tell people that you know Bola Ige, that is your friend, people will shake hand, will say, yes, at least this one is better. How can you be calling Tinubu a career criminal? That is what Joe Ibokwe is even bragging. You know somebody in Lagos, you went to see Tinubu. She's the way he calls him, Ashiwaju, Ashiwaju. He goes to Igbo businesses in Lagos telling them, this is the man we should vote for. He's not even ashamed of himself. These are the reasons why there will be compulsory DNA in Igbo land. In Igbo, this is not our spirit. This is not what makes Igbo Igbo. Go and check, go and read our. Who is Joe Ibokwe in the pantheon of Igbo civilization? Coming here to come and mess in Igbo up. Who is he? As old as he is, he's still in exile in Lagos. Self-exile. He can't go back. He can't go back to Nnewi and exercise the way you see what is it, Kostaris. Go and see prominent people, well regarded. Joe Ibokwe will be in Lagos just a messing from one market to the other. He go serve Tinubu, serve Sanwo-Olu, serve Ambode, serve Fashola, Mumu. Can't he contest for governorship? If he fails, he so loved in Lagos, let him contest for House of Assembly or House of Reps from Lagos to Abuja. Let him try it. Or let him, if is he not old enough to be governor? He's waiting for some Wolu to call him. Go and fetch him. Now so then go on. They go and bring him. The idiot. He will come there and be wearing short neck and be doing. Said that got away there Yaba from Yaba to Bute Meta kilo now. Then he will move. Yes, sir. He will move. These are the idiots. Later he will come and be talking. He will come and be talking to Ndibo. Imagine. Look at who is Joey Bokwe. Because I know some of my people that are in business. They tell me everything. He comes to them and say, look, in the night, we have to do, look. You see, that guy is just a buffoon, bumbling buffoon. Look, they could have ended him at Ladepo. I was on phone today, this morning. Somebody woke me up. They could have ended him, but people said, no, it wouldn't happen here. Let's just leave. Let's just use pure water on him. And he come out to make video. If they touch you for what? You go and call Oluomo. Look at the way he's bragging. If the Indibo touch you in Lagos, who are you going to call? You go and call Oluomo, which means you Omale. You don't. That is the meaning. You're a bastard. Your people beat you. You go and call somebody else. You go and tell Oluomo, say, these people are beating me.
Let's change gear a little bit. Calm down, CM. I'll come back to that topic. Let's change gear a little bit. My young able governor, Governor Alex Ekweme one of Abia State, has done it again. And here is a video of a guy who went to Abia at night and was amazed at what he saw.
Ahmad, KJ, stop showing us what Oti is doing. I don't want to see no more. Okay, I'm jealous.
Hey, Governor Oti is showing what the way for.
Yeah, better give Jefferson audience. Jefferson is here.
No, Jefferson, I'm coming, please.
Thank you. His Excellency, Dr. Alex Choma Oti, the First Lady of the State, Mrs. Oti, please allow me to stand on the already established protocol. I responded, but I simply did what I've done all my life, to do the right thing, and I stand. I still stand. I will continue to stand on my roots. The mandate of the people must stand. And then, like I said, I have a dream. I'm always that someday the giant of Africa will rise again. Nigeria will rise again. I said Nigeria will rise again. I see a new day when Nigeria will work forever. I said Nigeria.
That is part of the work.
KJ, can I say something? To be honest with you, forget the fact that we are all laughing here. You see all the political idiots that came to campaign against Oti. You see, they've all went back to go fight for their own position because they know that there is no way, whether they rig it or no rig it, there is no way they would have won election.
They've all gone. Doris Ogale is still contesting.
Don't mind the idiot. Oh, well, this guy had inside life. I don't want to say what inside life. I put on a backstage. But he answered her, and that one is a coward. I mean, But what I'm trying to say is this. Because they know that there is no way, there is no way they would have even tried, come close to this guy. He doesn't need to campaign. Only he waste they go up on a campaign. on office a election, he will win election. And that is how it's supposed to be. Let your work speak for you. And that's why in July, you need your dog. When things are not going well, they will tell you, KJ, they cannot wait. A lot of people are waiting for this midterm election in order to air their voice because they know that their votes count. It's not about here. They will tell me, well, your this thing is still active. You're gonna vote here. There is no way you can go. During election, you won't have your PVC. You won't have your this thing. They will even say to you that you can even do mail-in ballot and all that stuff. It is really, a system that works for everybody. And like I said, again, I say it over. I don't hate Tinubu. I don't have anything against him. I don't know him. But what I'm saying is that if you have let your work speak for you, all these shenanigans will not be happening. You have all the governors on your side. All these shenanigans will not be happening. All you need to do, including me, you will sit down, we will tell nobody will even campaign. We'll tell Obi, go sit down. I think go back to live in Dubai. But look at what is happening. We're forgetting that we still have kids in the bush, right? Our president hasn't said anything. His wife hasn't said anything. Instead, they are busy campaigning. And what does that tell you? They don't give a F about us. They don't care. They must win this election by fire or by coup. And let me say this here to the opposition, right? I don't know what you guys planned. I don't know what you guys are planning. But before the election, on the days of that election, you're supposed to have all your opposition supposed to have their officials there with the INEC official. There is no way, the way it is now, there is no way INEC official will be the people just there officiating this election. It's not going to be possible. They need to inspect that machine. Inspect it. And everybody, all the opposition will come and look at it. And everybody will agree before the results start trickling in. Other than that, forget it. If they don't have access to that INEC live, forget it. Nothing is going to happen. And this thing people are saying, rig and back, in the revolution. Come out, come on, protest. You people you cannot even come out, come on, protest. It will be on that day that all of you. Watch what Tinubu is going to do. He's going to bring out the whole armor tank. The whole military armor tank will be in the street of Abuja. Trust me.
So military armor tank, but they can't use military armor tank to save his people in your state. Eh?
What did you say, my brother? What did you say?
I said military armor tank he will use in the election day. What of using military armor tank to save his people in your state? This been taken over by Fulani now. Kwara State is now a Fulani state, effectively. Before the end of the year, Oyo and the Ogun state will fall through. What are we talking about? And Tinubu is talking about 2027. Kwara is now a Fulani state. Ask anybody. So it's up to them. If you like making the waste.
Can you let Jefferson talk, I beg?
Okay.
Okay. So I was waiting for you guys to end. If I like what you said, but I had another video, but let's say this. I don't know if many of you know that this is what happened to this young chap who Nigeria has happened to. This is a young 3-year-old girl who unfortunately has lost her life in the forest.
They said that thing is not true.
Who says so? Who says it's not true?
I was listening to somebody. The person said it's not true. They said it's not true. I don't know, I don't know which
You
one
know,
is now.
I've heard this from Nigerian major news.
Okay.
Yes, and the girl whose mother was interviewed, or rather got the search for the girl and found her mother. So I've not heard any contrary. At least from Arise News, it's not contrary. And
I said it.
yeah, and then if that is not
Okay.
true, then let us wait. However, having also said that, there is other very important video that just surfaced some time ago, and this was what happened, because there are many things that happen in Nigeria which, when it comes out, the real story don't come out with it. They rather present something that's totally abstract from what was said or done at that time. This was a video that came out during this week as many things began to unfold.
They're not going to end the war on account of people being starved. All is fair in war, so we are told, and that is the position.
The plight of the civilians is not the number one priority.
The number one priority is the unity of the country.
It was starvation. This is organized starvation.
So just in case you didn't hear what he said, here is it again.
But we are certainly not going to end the war on account of people being starved. All is fair in war, so we are told, and that is the position.
The plight of the civilians is not the number one priority.
The number one priority is the unity of the country.
Okay. And just you have heard it.
I want to be very mischievous.
Yes.
You know what is happening in your state? It's a plan by Tinubu, so that when if this thing will continue, then they will rescue them and that will give him a powerful destiny and say, now Nigeria, so it will make them, it will make them to say, government is working. You see how government has rescued these people. And then it will, and then, well,
right
that's why I say I'm very mischievous.
Yes, right now.
And I say it up front. So that's why I say I'm trying to be very mischievous.
So 5,000 people in captivity. So I don't know how one said to be the answer.
So that he will say, he has rescued these people, and that would endear him to the people, so that to the voters, and they will vote for him. So I mean, if you look at it, why are they not seeing why are they not finding where these people are kept? The reason why they are not finding it is because they are the ones keeping them. So if you are looking for something, you just you hide. If you hide something, you won't be able to find it.
You keep them for how
with
long?
this, what of this girl that died? The one you showed. No, this is cut and join. This is cut and join narrative. It doesn't. No. It
all right.
Please,
so
no,
please. You don't.
No,
you
the
don't.
reason why
hold on.
You don't peddle such a cut and join a nanity. Which one be? They will go and keep them in the bush. Later they will bring them and say government to work. People are suffering. People are dying. And they say government to work. Which one government?
All right.
Now one of the girls has died.
Before we begin to round up, let us hear from the prophet himself. He has something to tell us.
Very brilliantly. Nobody has come to counter him. Baraje is alive. He opened his mouth and said, a part of APC said, we are the ones that brought them from the Sahel to come and kill you. They're fellow Nigerians. And after this, you say, I'm a Nigerian. That is why I say that anybody, if once you say you're a Nigerian, you're sick in the brain. I never have regard for you as a human being, because that means you cannot reason. I will play this once again, uninterrupted, so you can hear him very, very well. And I'll start by asking him, I'm not going to ask him what he said. Who is responsible for the insecurity in Nigeria? Who is to blame? Listen.
have a confession that the media has not given appropriate attention.
Yes. Go ahead. What is that?
Kawu Baraje Alhaji
Alhaji Kabaraje
was a leading chieftain of the APC.
Chief of APC. He has confessed. Baraje?
The foreign mercenaries who have become bandits. He has confessed. How much more evidence do you need? He has confessed that they imported them for the elections. This is public. Why is the media not following up? Why are we not asking for accountability? So it seems very clear to me and to so many others. If you're in the public space, you hear people talking and pointing fingers. The ruling party is the direct sponsor of terrorism and insecurity in Nigeria. My name is Martin Onobo. I said it.
Martin Onobo
is the direct sponsor of insecurity and terrorism in Nigeria. Ask me for the evidence. Good. I just gave you confession of Kawu Baraje.
Kawu Baraje, his confession is number one. Evidence. Number two, evidence.
Miyetti Allah made a public statement that if you want peace in your state, don't call any meeting. Provide land for Fulanis in your state.
Ultimatum from visitors.
Miyetti Allah.
From terrorists.
Miyetti Allah is a collaborator with the ruling party.
Miyetti Allah.
We had a report that the ruling party funded Miyetti Allah to the tune of 100 billion.
You say that?
I wasn't there when the payment was made, but that's in the public domain.
One Nigeria.
An official report that the government of Nigeria was going to establish a radio station.
Radio station for Miyetti Allah, a terrorist group.
In collaboration with Miyetti Allah. We have Fufude, the Fulani tribal dialect, will be the language of communication.
Do you understand it? Now, they were saying this is for Fulani people, sorry, for Hausa people. You know, all these years when they were conquering you, Hausa, they said Hausa Fulani, we are Hausa Fulani. But now they feel they have taken you over. Now they feel that they are at the crust of their conquest of Nigeria. They are now floating a radio station, no longer in Hausa language, but in their native Fulani language, Fufude. What does that tell you? As an average Nigerian, I wonder when, maybe there's something in the cow. You know, they have sex with cows and after that they sell it to us and we eat. Maybe that is when they succeed in hypnotizing us. The interviewer was asking for evidence. Let me now give you the evidence. It was us that translated this very evidence. Now it's all over the place. It's gone viral. Now let us hear from the mouth of the Fulani terrorist that the APC brought into Nigeria. Let us hear from them.
Idan ba gwamnati ta daure man wanda yake cikin daji ya ta'addanci ba Allah ubangiji ya tsine ma Allah dauki rayuwa ta a wurin nan.
Listen, it's in Hausa.
Allah ce saniya aka san shi da ita sai noma. Saniya ba ta haifar bindiga AK-47.
AK-47.
Bahilla ce bai da makera da zai kera bindiga AK-47.
AK-47.
Gwamnati ke turowa har muka samu. Mu kuma wallahi dalilin da ya sa billahi lazi shekara na 7 ina makarantar allo. Amma lokacin da na dawo na tsinci kaina a cikin wannan abun wallahi ina mamaki kullum ina tunanin rayuwata.
If I'm lying.
Saboda mahaifana akalla a kasar dan banga da su.
What did this man say? I will translate for you. What did this man say? I'll take off my glasses to read. This man said, I swear to the Almighty Allah, that is the government, the same APC government that our brother was talking about earlier, that gave us arms. I am saying this for people that believe in one Nigeria. That is why I'm... Hi, who are they? Who created this? Who created these people that cannot reason very well? Let me read what this man said. I swear to the Almighty Allah, that is the government, that is APC government, so-called Buhari government, that is giving arms to us. Fulani don't know what gun is. We are only headsmen. Cows don't give birth to guns. I swear to Allah, we are on our own, and the government gave us AK-47. I am not afraid to say the truth. Bishop Coker, are you listening? All of you idiots that believe in one Nigeria, are you listening? You morons, monkeys.
It's true. Rebadu is the one giving AK-47 now. National Security Advisor Rebadu
Well,
admitted he gave AK-47 to terrorists, but he said they are vigilante, so they are giving, and these are taxpayers' money.
Who followed up? Who followed up? And is it in his schedule of job to give arms to vigilante? Is it a police? I thought the police that arms people or that approve the license for
But
guns.
the thing, KJ, is that Tinubu will call security meeting, intelligence, director of SSS, national security advisor, chief of armies, all of them will gather and be making decision about security. While Rebadu is their satellite. Rebadu is the satellite of Mieti Yala. We go and tell them what was discussed.
Okay,
and they cover
so
them.
I played that video.
It's like what they said. You as a human being, you will follow the evil spirit to go and kill somebody, and then join the crowd, human being, to attend the funeral. That is the role Rebadu is playing in government. That is the role he's playing.
CM, this is my question. Hold on, CM. This is my question. Since all this is in the public domain, remember that the late central bank governor first revealed this thing. Akao Baraje, I still have that his interview where he said this in by himself. I have the interview. Okay. Well, if all this is in the public domain, why then do we come here? As some people say, this is complex. This thing is complex. We don't know,
complex
it's not that easy. It's not easy to solve. If all this information, Akao Baraje is still alive, okay, at least we'll say that the governor of the central bank has gone to be with God, but these other people are still alive. What is the complicity in this situation? CM.
There is no, see, KJ, there is no complicity. I've told you what it is. What it is that a human being will follow evil spirit to go and buy somebody, and people are crying. He will now join the crowd to attend the funeral. That is what is happening. This is what is happening. There is nothing. Okay. Kawuba, they imported terror into Nigeria, and they agree that they did it. Now they are asking for budget on how to fight. How fight what? Is that not what Nnamdi Kanu is telling you? That's why he said, if you call yourself a Nigerian, he will spit on you.
So, why do you now say that? Why do you now say that they are not capable of hiding those kids in forests and be looking at pretending to be searching for them?
Yes, if it were during Buhari, I agree. This Tinubu is not Tinubu can hide what? Tinubu will hide. Tinubu will tell them go and hide. Is Tinubu sure of himself? Tinubu is on life support. What are we talking about? Tinubu is on life support. And you are talking of Tinubu hide somebody in bush. Then later they will bring the person, say we've rescued them. They are negotiating with them. See, the thing is that I'm not saying that those people may not be released, but it's not on the say so of Tinubu unless they meet their demands. One, you must implement Sharia law in your state. It hasn't happened before. The idea of giving them billion naira, that it's a paper money now. You tell central bank to print ink and paper. You print Nigerian note. There's no fiduciary issue. So it's like a worthless paper. You convert it and pack it and give them that. They display it like a log of wood. So that is what is there. And another condition. So Tinubu, is it Tinubu that will now, okay, if you release the what of implementing Sharia law in your state? Do you know what it means? By force. I can understand that indigenous Yoruba people from your state that are Muslims, if they want to implement Sharia, that is they can say, okay, we are Yorubas, we are Muslims, we want this. But this is a terror. A group of Fulani terrorists will now come and take over your land and be telling you what to do. Telling you what to do. What a shame. And you say you are still commander-in-chief. Tomorrow you are telling me you are commander-in-chief. I beg.
Okay, thank you so much. And let's welcome Jefferson. Jefferson, you're welcome. The good, you're welcome. Hey, hey, my friend, stay humble. You have stayed humble very far away from us, but I'm coming to you. Let us hear from Jefferson.
All right. Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Claire.
Oh, okay, just give me a second. Let's see.
Good night,
Can you hear
everyone.
me? Can you hear me very well?
We can hear you, Jefferson.
Oh, okay, good.
Chris, why do you want to leave us now?
All right. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to every one of you. Well, we don't need any sister to tell you that there's fire on the mountain and the center cannot hold. No matter what idiomatic expression you want to put, it is the reality of our country. So that being said, in relation to the Nnamdi Kanu situation, I just feel that the federal government is not being sincere enough about the whole situation. For the fact that they were so quick about prosecuting him, he did not do them. Now the whole world is on the matter. They are seeking for Nnamdi Kanu to be released, and then they are trying to stylishly try to kill him. And I'm like, these people, they think they are playing, they are playing with fire. So they are so quick to kill him real quick, right? By using their instrument of power, and they think that's going to sort out the problem overnight. I think they're just trying to think that they can do whatever they want and nothing is going to happen. But I have good news. I have very good news that these things cannot stop overnight, right? So they cannot think that they can use their power to oppress people and feel they will go to get away with it. What Ibokwe faced at the time is just the tip of the iceberg, and that's going to befall every stupid Igbo man that have been on the wrong side of history. If you are doing what you are supposed to do as a prominent son, nobody is going to disgrace you like that. Nobody. I also see some young chaps currently in the southeast. For some reason, I'm not going to call their name, and I see them on the social media space. When I see what they do, I'm like, are these people kidding me? Because the table has not turned, they just feel they can do whatever they like. They just feel they can talk nonsense. What if the table have turned? Would they come out on the street and say all those things they said? They will just disgrace them, and they will disgrace them on the street. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that they are playing with fire. The so-called insecurity, the government, they are fully responsible for all the madness that's happening. Even though I saw a recent video of the daughter trying to acclimatize with the victims, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not impressed with that. The same way they have the strength to mobilize people for their next election or try to get power to show some. In fact, the whole mess is so much that even in Warri, in Delta State, in Warri itself, their own kindred have also dissociated themselves from the first lady. Isn't that how bad it is? They say you are not my daughter. That don't think that you are a chicken. And I will say it again. Yes, the first lady is a bloody chicken. I don't want to use the other one. Maybe they think because they hold all the apparatus of power, they feel they can do whatever they like. They don't know that is they have not even seen the taste of the iceberg. Maybe because people have not really countered them. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that whatever the agenda is, if they have the willfulness to do what they are supposed to do as a country, it's not supposed to go down to this level. Even the one that annoyed me was the fact that I saw some bandits entering an aircraft, flying plane, and we're supposed to have Air Force, so they could not track the flight. But they are extremely very quick. If any Nigerian who is concerned about the insecurity of the nation speaks out, we have so many prominent activists, social media influencers. When they come out to speak out about ills happening in the nation, they are extremely quick to track their phone, track everything, and try to clamp them down. Like, who are they really kidding? Do they think that Nigerians don't know what they are doing? So I don't know. What I want to say is, if I'm the federal government, if it was a joke that they tried to see if they can send the counter appeal to prosecute Nnamdi Kanu, they better have a rethink. If anything should happen to Nnamdi Kanu, they will go to face, Nigeria is going to face what they didn't plan for. I'm saying this thing for free, and I'm going to say it again. If Nigerian government have sense, they should just stylishly, if they want to even do it in our back, no problem. They should just go there, release him, and send him somewhere else. The way they kidnap him, they should just send him out of the country and tell him not to come out if they have sense. But if they go ahead and I'm seeing a situation and Tinubu, in his own mind, he feels, oh, he's so strong, he's political, he's this guy. You know, reach King Nebuchadnezzar, you know, reach Alexander the Great, you know, reach Napoleon, you know, even reach is it Mussolini or all those past very, very wicked leaders that did more terrible things than this guy. He no reach any of those people. Though. If he's sensible, he should better think twice about what he thinks he's trying to do to be politically correct. If he thinks that, oh, because next election is coming, you are not even sure. Nobody is sure. None of us here is sure if we have the next second to leave. Nobody. So if he thinks he's going to do that and force himself into power, and he's going to have okay, if by mistake he say he even get 2027, and this is going to have a successful reign, I think he's the biggest joker. With the room that is happening right now, with so many indicators of things that are going wrong, I think he needs to have a rethink. Either he allows, and if he even tries as much as possible to even give a proper process for the next election, at least Nigerians will have more respect for him on that note. But if he does anything otherwise, what that man is going to meet, he will not believe it. Let me just stop here for now.
Okay, thank you so much. The good. What do you say? Oh, sorry. If you can you say what you want to say in 1 minute?
You know, I ask you a question. Thank you, Jefferson. I hear you very well. You know, I asked you a question when Forefathers was here, but you know, he didn't answer my question. And my question was, what is the difference between what Sunday Igboho did and what Nnamdi Kanu did? What is the difference?
Okay, I hear
because
you.
Because if Sunday Igboho is working freely,
the difference is that they are afraid of an Igbo man being powerful and having their own country. They are afraid of the Igbo man. They don't want to say it. I will say it here. They are afraid of the Igbo man. Finish.
No, stay humble.
Say it in black and white. Yes, all right. That's what is going on.
Okay. Thank you. The good.
Good evening, everyone.
We salute you, sir.
Yeah. First of all, I just want I got emotional when you played a video of where Awolowo was speaking about starvation and
yeah.
It will surprise most of you guys. I was one of those kids.
Really?
I survived. My two cousins, Ike Chukwu and Njideka, didn't survive. So whenever I see those kind of, I get emotional, you know?
Yeah, so, actually the video was a bit doctor, because the actual thing is that even if it's 10 million Igbos, it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah. I just saw a clip of where a child was holding her mother.
Yes.
And it brought me to, you know, it almost brought me to tears.
Yes.
Because I was told I was clinging to my mother as well, you know. So having said that, let me come back to the issue of Kanu's case and the appeal, and you know. I just believe all this headline is just media gimmick, you know, just to pull a appeal court. When you go to appeal court don't have to. It's either the what is that judicial time to. It's either they throw away the case, or they support the, I forgot the term they use. You can't go there and be asking for death penalty and then appeal court. No, the judge have already ruled that is life sentence. Appeal court doesn't have the right to now say no. We are, no. A judge have you pleaded that you made that plea at the High Court, and the judge came back and said, "Okay, having said this, we're going to sentence to life sentence." Now is the defendant that is appealing the case of the He said that when they get to the appeal court will say, "Okay, your case is thrown out, or you have the case that the judge was he overreached his boundaries or whatever, and then they throw the case, But all these that the appeal, when you get to, and then appeal court, we had to, no, it doesn't work that way. And the way I see it, I think it's just a political, they are just, I don't know, because the same appeal court, if you all remember, the same appeal court acquitted him. No, they use the word discharge. Discharge. Yeah. It was not that we were in a banana republic. It was Malami that went back and said, "Oh, the appeal court is acquitting," and went back to the same court of equal jurisdiction. When you're appealing the case, you don't go to the same appeal court. You should have gone to a higher court like Supreme Court. Supreme Court. That's why imagine you went to an appeal court, got a stay of execution, and then they went to Supreme Court and did their rigmarole, and the Supreme Court sent them back. Now today, where is Malami? Malami is suffering the same fate. So if Tinubu is wise and he's I believe they're going to, at the end of the day, the appeal court will go back to their former stand. Because I remember that ruling was you can't put something on nothing. You violated this man's right. You violated all international law, concerning rendition. Normally, you are supposed to go if you believe someone has a case to answer in your country. You are approach a court in that country where he is, and then the court will look at the evidence. And then if they feel that he need to be repatriated, it's a judge that will pronounce it as well. That this man has a case to answer in his country. But in this case, he went and kidnapped somebody and then brought him here. Even the country the Kenya have even found their people guilty, and I wanted them court, So all this, believe me, I'm not even I'm not part of that bad voting. It's just politics. At the end of the day, even I know they would drag it up to Supreme Court. When they get to Supreme Court, probably that will be when it will be close to the election. Oh, Supreme Court will say, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. Because like I said, it's still the same that judicial term. You can't put something on nothing. You've messed up your case. I remember what that appeal court judgment came then. They said you went and kidnapped somebody from this, and you boycotted the judicial process there, and you came back here and want me and wants the same judicial system to grant you what you know. And they even mentioned that he should never be tried in any law court. So that is my own take. Let me leave that for now. And then
thank you so much. And then I want to say this: someone says discharge is acquitted, except this is a animal kingdom. Well, I want to say to you, equity, fairness, and justice. that in Nigeria you can go to university, and when you graduate, you are given a BA or BSc honors. If there's no honors, that means you didn't go to university. It means that you went to, you don't have certificate. You see, that's the foolishness in that judge, in that statement people, the stupid government is making. You can go to university and you pass. You have a pass. It's a degree. If you have a distinction, it's a degree. If you have BA honors, it's a degree. So when you have pass, it's also a degree given by the same university. All kind of different title. But in this case, the Miami-led justice system said discharge is different from acquitted. That's the first time all of us have heard it in Nigeria. And that's why I say they should be writing judgment now in their native language. If you go there, you're Igbo, they should write it in your language. If you go there, you're Hausa, they should translate your language. So that you all know what they're talking about. Yes. Because we don't know. It is them. It's Malami who brought up the fact that if you can be discharged, but except you are acquitted, you cannot be left. And it's the first time in Kanu's case that somebody's freedom is held back because the accuser took 2 weeks to file a stay of execution. So the person has to be in prison until it's filed. I follow the case, and it leaves a lot of bitter taste in the mouth. But stay humble. You've been very humble these days. We don't see you. You know.
I walk.
Sorry, I am back now.
Okay,
I really missed you while I was away, but I've been away for almost 5 months.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, sorry.
Fact, all the goats around my compound don't grow teeth.
Yeah, I made some adjustments in life. Okay. And then, but back now. I have been following all the things that have been happening since then, all the events in Nigeria. So many things to talk about. Yeah, but I don't know what you want me to speak to.
Yeah, any which one. Aloy Ejimakor was here today. I was able to tell us how far they've gone with Nnamdi Kanu's case. They filed the appeal. The Supreme Court, they've deposited the documents with the Supreme Court, and they're waiting for date to be given to them. You can weigh in on that. You can weigh in on the recent happenings in Nigeria, the kidnappings and the taking of 42 students. And then, of course, the beheading, the buying of one of them by knife. And then, of course, last week, one of the women who were in that captivity, after the activities of those terrible people, she took her own life, even though they paid the ransom and brought her out. And in her house, she eventually took her own life because of all the things she went through in their hands. Now, that's in a nutshell where Nigeria is. But Tinubu said that people should not worry, that the next thing that is their problem is how to win. And so she has also appointed torch bearers in all the Joe zones who will bear the torch for their second coming of Tinubu. So you can intercede in any which way. She also gave them vehicles. While these children are still lying down in rough grasses in the forest, she distributed vehicles to her patriots, her compatriots, or people who are her supporters, for them to go ahead and begin to campaign for Tinubu's re-election. What says thou? Stay humble.
Yeah, it's really a lot. Nigeria is a very huge crime scene, and
KJ, can I go on?
It's a theater.
No, let's stay humble. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Come back to you. Just let's stay humble. Make his comment first. All right, go ahead.
It's a theater of the absurd, and my position and positions about things in Nigeria, Nigeria's polity and politics and economy and what have you. My positions are well documented. People that have been listening to the period I was here very, very constantly, very regularly, they know where I stand about these issues. Yeah, I've always posited previously that these things are state-sponsored. These things are, this is state-sponsored crime. This is state-sponsored genocide, whether it's the genocide of Christians, genocide of any group, they're all state-sponsored. And, they are well organized. These are not accidental gangs or criminals. These are people taking orders from the state. And yeah, in recent times, we've seen the the hand of Esau as well. The foreign backing and everything. You heard about the guy killed in Nigeria by the U.S. forces, etc. So if you're a Nigerian and you are still oblivious of things going on and the unseen hands, then I think that person's Nigerianness should be questioned, really, wherever they are, whether they are home or abroad. And so, how could you tell me that more than 40 people, sometimes they even kidnap up to 200 students and pupils and teachers? A whole school will be kidnapped. To kidnap 3 persons, you need to plan it over several weeks, months, just to kidnap a person or 2 persons. Talk more like 200 pupils, students, and everybody will know that happened, or they can't do anything. They are handicapped because it's state-sponsored. So that's the thing. So when I hear conversations that point to the fact that these things are accidental, that these guys are just kidnappers, that the government is oblivious of what's happening, I laugh. Yeah, because it's either ignorance or mischief making, big time. Regarding the case of Nnamdi Kanu, that is a huge crime to talk about Nigeria, the entity called Nigeria, which is just a British project, which has failed and will never ever succeed. Because the foundation is very faulty. There's no way to say it's an impossibility. But of course, the masters want to maintain their project. And if you canvass for a dialogue on Nigeria or self-determination, then it's a huge crime. And you probably might need to pay with your life. But the thing is that any freedom fighting, any struggle for freedom involves blood, any real struggle for freedom. And even historically, we've seen that when people were killed, prominent people, that it spawned some kind of revival, some kind of revolution. And when Christ was on earth, he was killed. Stephen was martyred as well. And even in the political circle over the years and centuries, prominent people who had led struggles had died, and their death resulted in some kind of revolution, some kind of reformation, and even some kind of freedom. Because if you talk about a country like the United Kingdom now, this conglomerate called United Kingdom, so many people paid with their lives for the freedom that some people enjoy now. So for that freedom, so when people are despondent about, Nnamdi Kanu, they will kill him, yes, as human beings, it will be painful. But, if they do, that will not stop that freedom from being achieved. That freedom must be achieved. So that is that for him. Coming to the broader political circle, because I've not been here in the last few months to talk about things that have been discussed. One thing that really gladdened my heart was that the so-called coalition, which I was never ever happy with because of the caliber of elements that peopled the coalition. I was never happy because those are the kind of people that if you ride on their back to power, you will never succeed. So I was really happy when these guys excused themselves when Peter Obi, then Kwankwa, so excused themselves from the group and went to this. Yes, people might say, oh, you need so and so votes. You need votes from here, you need from there. Yes, when people talk about those so-called the people they call elite, who I never consider elite, because there's nothing elite about it. There's nothing elite about criminality. There's nothing elite about stealing money. There's nothing elite about converting our millions of young girls to runs girls. See the millions of educated girls that we have, no jobs, nothing. And they have all converted these girls to runs and they are using them. So what is elite about it? There's no eliteness in there's no eliteness about them. So but people mistakenly and foolishly call them elite. But what I'm talking about is that when people depend on them to win, because they'll say, so politician, can he win his word? Can he win this? What do they use to win? They use the money they've stolen and they use thugs. So that's not the kind of country you want to run. You don't want to ride on the back of some kind of violence or manipulation from some criminals to gain votes. You want the Nigerian people to install you so that when you get there, you work for the Nigerian people. See what's happening in Abia State today. Oti is working for Abia people because Abia people put him there. He's not answerable to anybody except the people of Abia. And you can see one of the reasons why you see some of these office holders who were installed, anointed by whoever in power, and then they come there and they don't do anything. It's because they are not answerable to the people. They are shackled by the agreements to steal, the agreements to plunder that they have signed with whoever. So yeah, I'm very happy that has taken place. If you follow the online space, you can see a lot of distractions and a lot of rabid dogs have been unleashed in the internet space, and they are causing all sorts of havoc. The only thing they thrive on, the only tool they have is ethnicism, tribalism. So you see a lot of that's the only thing they have. Even this gentleman that is in the so-called Asurok, the only thing they thrive on, see, tribalism, you see, thuggery, tribalism, violence, and then buying people with money. That's the only thing. They call them master tacticians, master strategists, etc. They are not strategic in anything. They tell you that so part of the country that they are good in politics. What is politics?
They are master criminals.
Politics involves that process that will lead to development. They say, so people are good in politics. And when you go there, the people are the most backward people in the world. So how are they good? So it baffles me, a lot of things that happen in Nigeria, a lot of anomalies, misnomers, what have you.
Okay.
So yeah, it's really exciting, and these guys will come. They will put up a fight because they have subscribed to them. They have been, they have been subscribed. One gentleman called Uche Rochas, who also is among he posts every day, mocking everybody that has common sense. So very soon his subscription will finish, and then before the end of the year, all their subscription will finish. Okay. But the most important thing is for people to keep their eyes on the ball and continue to do the right thing. The process matters. And there was something I mentioned earlier in this group that we've never ever taken seriously. And that is that the Nigerian diaspora mass, they've not woken up to their responsibilities. And what is the responsibility? Is to establish a viable political movement, a political vehicle that they can use to effect change in Nigeria. You can't always depend on the parties established by the criminals. There is no single party established by sensible Nigerian diaspora in Nigeria. Because if you have that, and you have a platform where things are done the right way, then you can actually have a foot to stand on. We don't even have the land and talk more of the mat to sleep on it. So people rely always on the parties formed by the criminals, and they want the right things to be done in the parties formed by the criminals. That's not possible.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Before I go to Ife, do good. Do you have what you want to say? Is it in 1 minute?
Okay. Apologies. I wasn't hearing that the last speaker because
Okay.
I didn't click on my this thing, so I didn't know he was speaking. So my bad. Apologies. So I just want to intimate you guys about a recent development concerning those kids in the those students and their teachers in your forest. If you guys remember, 2 guys were apprehended in when the hunters went into Oshun forest. 2 guys were arrested. One of them had been linked to that the beheading of that teacher. The pants he was wearing, the Adidas pants he was wearing, was the same. I don't know. Nigerians are very smart though. Somebody, I don't know, he was able to link, show the thing, and exactly even the shoe, I won't call it shoe, sandal or whatever the guy was wearing was same. So that is I don't know if you guys have seen the video. That's what is trending today now. The link that the guy that handed the machete to, was among those guys caught in Oshun forest that were rearing cattle. They said they were they were inside the bush with their cattle. You know what I mean? So that's what I just wanted to chip in, because you mentioned something about if anybody wants to talk about the kids and everything.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let me make a quick contribution to what Humble said. So, we made mention about, we have been talking about how the diasporans will actually effect change in the Nigerian political space. I don't know. I believe other people have been saying it, but if you have watched very carefully, the Nigerian government has been so complicit in making sure that Nigerians outside the shores of Nigeria do not contribute in terms of voting, because we have more Nigerians who can easily vote within the neighboring embassies that are close by. I mean, other countries have made a provision for Nigerians to exercise their vote outside for citizens to exercise their vote outside their home countries. America does it. Like, for instance, if they are doing any election now, if they are doing the American presidency or whatever, any American that are not in the country, they can give some level of provision for them to be able to exercise their voting rights, maybe within the provided space. So my question is, why is it that Nigeria don't want? Why is it that Nigeria want to do that? But they are extremely very quick in eating up remittances, which they can never refuse to do that. So I just feel that Nigerians in diaspora, or they should push and advocate for Nigerians in diaspora to be able to exercise their voting rights anywhere they are, especially in approved institutions. Because they are approved institutions, the embassies are not there for fancy. Last I checked, the embassies are there at the symbol of the countries, anywhere they are. So I mean, I don't see why it's so difficult for them to do that.
Thank you for Jefferson. Thank you, guys. As we round up, I will come to CM. CM, you are a researcher and vast in these things. Let's now go to a point. What do we, the ordinary Nigerians in the streets of Nigeria, put in place to effect a change, say to 2027? What do we have to start doing now, and what should be the plans to do to achieve this? Thank you, Adam. I see you on the comment section.
Anyway, that question is simple but difficult. Short question, but should come with a long answer. And I'm not prepared. The thing is, look, you start by how do Nigerians win election? That is the way to answer it. If you undo those things that they claim they make them to win election, then the people will have their way. Which is, first, they will start by inducing people with money and you refuse. Imagine somebody giving you 50,000 naira for your PVC, you say no. You top it to 100,000, you say no. You tried it in different places and it's not working. You will give up. You know that, yes, you are serious. That is one. But is it possible in Tinubu's economy? Your guess is as good as mine. The next thing is, what will people do to make sure they are distant? I mean, you don't have to wait till next year. You start now to shout it on rooftops. The, what is it called? The bribery code called electoral law should be done away with. There is still time to remove all those landmines they put in there. People have to say and look. I mean, the electoral law should not just be read in court. It should be like a document anybody can have access to, so that when you read it, you now say, look, we have to protest against this. So paragraph, so this, we don't want it. It negates our right to free election. So a lot of things people could do, but then you are discussing Nigeria, a country that is conceived in hope, but delivered in hopelessness. So what you should be thinking is, the people should be, because people are much more interested in their stomach than maybe what they are going to, the change they are going to effect. So I would say they should start now to insist on electoral law, and then the type of if it's option A4 they want to use, it should be clean. But option A4 again, if I'm to say it, you see the APC counting 1, 2, 15, 22, 1,500, 16,000, 16,801, 22,000, 570, 571, 58,000. Yes, that is APC. That is option A4. And they will record it shamelessly. So you see, Nigeria has come to a very sorry pass. So that's why I say this question is simple, but very difficult to answer. Answer in the sense that it depends on a lot of variables. And these variables you can't guarantee. That's why they are called variables. The variable that you use people with money, they refuse. You know it's impossible in Nigeria. People take 5 sticks or 10 sticks of spaghetti. You wrap it. There's one they were giving in Lagos then. Gari one side, granite one side, sugar one side, then with the head of Tinubu or Remi Tinubu on it as a sachet. People are taking. Yeah, yes, it has happened. So you see, that's why I say it's a variable. And variable because it's a variable. It's not a constant. People might be nobody. If I refuse, if I reject it, how many people will reject it? Then secondly, tribalism will play a part. But the thing about Nigerian tribalism that I used to say is that tribalism on its own, I don't see any problem in it. Tribalism could be positive. Nigeria should learn how to use tribalism positively. Positively. That's what people may ask me. Maybe I will expand on it one day. That's what they call positive tribalism. You can still use it. Because since we don't want to let it go, okay, let us modify it or sort of, tweak it to suit the purpose we want to get something out of it, even when it is the word tribalism connotes evil. So a lot of things will come into play. I remember I had an encounter with somebody. He was telling me, look, you people from the southeast, you better come now. Obi will never win from the north. I say, look, it's even good so that your poverty will remain with you. Obi is coming to come and help you people. Now, so I tell him, I said, I'm even like, yes, because Obi will now come and use Igbo man's trick, how Igbo man, they make money out of this thing, teach you now how to survive. Then tomorrow, all before you, I said, I will even like him. If Obi didn't collect, so that poverty among the bellow decrease for you people, we remain like that. After all, it's not going to go away. It's not going to. I told you, he was shocked. In the UK here, and he's educated. He was thinking that when he talk, I might go tremble. I say, look, it's even better. Some of us are even saying that Obi will now go and open their eyes. Tomorrow they will be competing with us in the billionaire per square meter. He said, I don't, because Obi will come and open their eyes from consumption to production. They don't know the meaning. Nibo man, he will tell them, this is how you do this, how you do it. He was shocked. So you see, that is Nigeria for you. But all the whole, if the people really want, let me base it on political principle. If the people really want to set themselves free, no force can stop them. It has been proven, and it's a constant. When the people say, look, we want to be free, you be free. Forget about politicians are just human beings. They trade on, they prime you and then trade on your fears. Do not vote for this man. Do you know, okay, AJ, let me ask you this question, maybe proper use for it. Why is it that we are next year will be election year 2027, another one 2031, 2035, 2039. Every election year, they will refer you to 1966 school. Have you noticed it? The moment the election goes, you can never hear 1966 coup, January 15, everything with that. The moment the election is coming, they just go and brush it up. By 2031, if we are alive, you will still discuss 1966 coup. By 2039, they will still bring it up. So why? That is the fear. People want to still remain in. Yes, you can learn from history, but do not be detained by history. That's a mantra. Learn from history, but don't be detained by it. So people feel that when they bring the bogey of 1966 coup, then all of a sudden, then you will move from poverty to prosperity. It won't work that way. That is what is holding the people, and then they keep feeding them. 1966, so person, so person. Why him? He do this, he do that. I look at them and laugh. Those you killed in millions are now billionaires. They've left you. You that are crying that this, you are still begging. Something must have to give. In a nutshell, if the people want to set themselves free, they know what to do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. As for, before we move on, hi Bory. You see, it's your question we're taking as our last question. You still they accuse me of being biased. Now, wow, Nigeria. Meanwhile, you are inviting me. You live in a big man's place. Potomac is where big men live. That's are the places where that's where Atiku has house. So if you are inviting me, let me know. I'll just drink and leave a salt and come so that I can eat very well before going back to. You understand? If not, if you have time, I can take you to Laura, where you go to Kingsway, where there's a madam there, Iwedu, Afan, all they there. You understand? Cow leg and the rest. So we are ready. Just give me, and I'm just there. All right. Having said that, so the question now, as we are going forward towards the closing, is how then? What will be your own? And I'm coming to Jefferson. What will be your own recommendation for how the ordinary youth? Because I'm laying emphasis on the youths. The youths are more than 60% of Nigerian population. So if the youth, if they really believe it's their future, I'm not talking about those youths that are collecting money from bandits or terrorists. I'm talking about the real Nigerian youth, those ones that will not go and stand on the internet, on the social media, and be asking for money from bandits. How can those people effect a change in this coming election?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. That's a very, very good question. All right. So, speaking of the youth, I've already given the numerical data of the current number of people, the youths that are in the nation. It's one side to have it's one thing to deal with the numericals, another thing to deal with the quality of the youth that we have. We cannot write, or the thing is, we cannot write off our youth. I can remember when Money Point was trying to be crafty with words and saying how the youth are not employable, blah blah blah. Nobody told him at least he redeemed himself by investing $3 billion through three universities. I think is it OAU, UNN, and ABTU? I think, yeah. So in a way, the reformation of the youth is taking place. The youth also are exposed to a lot of information. The social media space, you can virtually learn everything. Even one thing I know for a fact is that the youth have more comparative advantage now than our generation in time past. It takes a lot to go on YouTube to learn anything you want to learn. How to even have a successful government, you can learn it on YouTube like in seconds. But even at that, there still seems to be some form of direction. In the society of today, I think our youths, they are kind of there's some scare. Well, I would say some of our youths are still bold. This past generation of youths that just left, we operated on fear. I know what I'm saying. We just try to survive, get a career, whatever. That push wasn't much amongst, and that's why we could not really stand our two ground to see if we can take political offices. Because we gotta check people in the offices now. You hardly see. Maybe you just one or two. But I'm not saying that there are people not there. So I think my own suggestion are the youth, with what I've seen so far, they can be able to aspire to taking offices, and also let them choose let me put it this way, let them choose a successful mentor, and also groom mentees to be able to see how they can take power. They should ask the right questions. They should also be able to, the youth should be able to challenge the status quo and don't fall for crumbs, which I know is very, very difficult. Because currently now, if you watch the body language of most youths, they are looking out for how to survive, how they can, if you throw anything out there, they'll be like, after all, nothing came for me. And which is true. If you look very well, what comes for the people? It takes people who are able to groom themselves within the space to be able to say no. But don't get it wrong. There are some youths that are actually speaking out. There are people that are actually trying to do things differently. Even the government should be grateful that they still have some youths that are sane. It's going to be a long fight. It's going to be a long fight because most of us who have left the institutions, we are also still trying to see how we can reform the youth's learning environment. Of course, obviously, I'm not a soothsayer, but whether we like it or not, we cannot kick out the God factor in it. We all need to hold on, be close to our maker, because so many things are happening now. Whether I want to talk about it or not, I may not have all the full information, but majority of our youths are involved in all manner of crimes. Of course, promiscuous crimes, drugs, and all these things. So it's kind of difficult. But it's a very, very complex. The answer I'm giving cannot really. It's not going to be just the youths alone. So the youths will definitely need to work with some people who have some mentors who can be able to direct them, and at the same time they can also direct other people that are coming behind. Because unfortunately, most of us during our time didn't really have good mentors. So whatever we learned today, we learned it on our own, and it takes the capacity of all these youths to also do the same. But for now, it's been very, very crafty situation, very, very crafty situation. But if they can also try to look beyond tribe, which I know most of them are doing, tribe and religion and everything, that would be another factor.
Okay.
But do this alone, that's not the truth. I think people need to help to support them. We need to find a way to support them in all possible way.
All right, thank you. The good. The same question goes to you.
All right. Just quickly, before I go to the, I just want to mention the words that I was trying to refer to then about the appeal, because the word is affirm and overturn. And when you go to an appeal court, you are not going there to go and seek for another, because you're not the one that appealed the case. It's the defendant that appealed the case. So it's either the judge affirms the ruling of the lower court, or he overturns the ruling of the lower court. So all these things that are saying that death sentence is going to come in, we've gone past that.
Because
I know.
I don't know if you're from a legal profession. I've never heard that you go to appeal court, Supreme Court, and cross appeal.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're not the one that appealed it. He was the defendant that appealed, that he's not satisfied with the ruling. That's why all of you went to the appeal court. And the appeal court, you don't go there and start bringing the evidences and whatever. They just give you time to just address the judges, and then because they have all the whole evidence, and they will, So
even
that is
the ruling of Nnamdi Kanu's case, there was nowhere that the prosecution counsel brought a case that is an international criminal, a terrorist. So where did the judge shop that one from? So there are many things he brought in where there's no place where it was said that he is a member of the people in the NSAS movement in Lagos. Even in the inquiry investigated by Lagos State government, his name was never mentioned in any of the documents. Never mentioned in any of the documents. Where they got it from and how the judge ended up saying that he had planned to blow up the American embassy in Lagos is unbelievably, frightening for a court, for a court of of law to kind of do those kind of things. So it's the ruling is neither here nor there. It doesn't make any. Even me, who is a layman, as they call us, can do better than that.
Yeah. KJ, to be honest with you, I was listening to that judgment live. I was so embarrassed. I couldn't believe you could, nobody. You didn't need a naysayer to tell you that judge didn't write that judgment, because he couldn't. He was reading it. Even I remember when I went to my children's my child school when she was 9 years old. My 9 years old can read better than this now. If you actually wrote the judgment, the guy was missing punctuations. I couldn't really, So the thing was written for him to go and pronounce it. Like I told you, KJ, that thing is political. They know the game they are playing. Even this thing will end up at the Supreme Court. At the end of the day, the Supreme Court will do the needful. Believe me. Forget one guy. I think he's back now. He was talking about these people that are in power now. I grew up in Lagos. I know them. I can write a book about these people. These people are called. They are the people they call Aroke. The Aroke people have grabbed power. So just forget about all this gimmick, all this political gimmick they are playing. I know them very well. I went to school with them and I grew up with them. I know. So just that aside, So what are you trying to say? Go ahead.
Look, the way you are talking about Supreme Court, is it the one owned by Tinubu or another Supreme Court?
I know. But I'm telling you, it's a political game. The Supreme Court, they will go to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court will give the ruling towards the election to free him, so that he win. He will believe he has won the heart of the Southeast.
I don't even think, honestly,
it is called Aroke politics. I know what I'm saying.
To be honest with you, the way it is, forget about it, right? Even if they release the Nnamdi Kanu today, tomorrow, a date, I don't think it's going to change the mind of the, anybody in terms of, again, let's forget about the tribal issues here, right? Let's focus on what is happening in Nigeria. The country is burning. The country is going down without Nnamdi Kanu. So Nnamdi Kanu doesn't even have anything to do with this. So let's forget about, let's say, like you're saying, if they release him, in their mind, because the people holding Nnamdi Kanu today is Nigerian government by the Igbo politicians. They are the ones holding in. It's not typically the federal government. If the federal government is holding Nnamdi based on the request of the Igbo politicians. So, but I'm saying generally, whether Nnamdi Kanu is there or not, whether they release him or not, the country is going down. We don't have no direction. It's like we don't even have a president. Do you understand? It's like everybody's doing what they like. We just have a sitting president. But I mean, it doesn't look like somebody's actually in control of this country called Nigeria. And if care is not taken, honestly speaking, my only concern, I don't want this country to plunge into civil war. That is the only thing I'm worried about. Because with the 200 and something million people, where are they going to run to? Which country? Because all of them are going to close their border. All these countries surrounding us, are you going to run to Niger? Are you going to run to Cameroon? Are you going to run to, I don't know where we're going to run to. So my only concern is that those in the National Assembly, those called in the National Assembly, those there, I'm wondering, now you see them coming out of, I'm even disappointed with Ndume. Did you hear about Ndume's statement that he's going to make sure that Tinubu wins the election? I'm like, holy cow, how did we get to this point? I thought this man got some sense in him. How did we get to this point? Everybody just talking about next election. Nobody's even talking about what is currently happening in the country.
But if it has not been different, that's how it has always been. It has always been this way. It has never been any time the government of Nigeria talked about the welfare of the people.
I rest my case. The only thing I told you last time.
Let me tell you.
KJ, hold on. I told you I've increased my hustle. My hustling, I've tripled it. And I'm looking for the fourth job to quadruple it. Because the way everything is going, it's no joke. No, I'm not kidding you. The way everything is going. You see, by next month, by next year, the people that will be asking you money will quadruple. We'll be laughing and talking about it, but it's no joke, honestly speaking.
Don't kill yourself. Those people don't care about you, honestly.
No, I know what I mean. I don't mean that I'm sleeping at, no. I'm always here every weekend. You know what I mean. I'm not gonna go kill myself. No, I'm not doing that.
KJ, come on, that's why I've said it many times on this platform that we can only say we will not now become, go and buy ourselves because we want to make Nigeria good.
No,
we will suggest.
No, I'm not doing that.
We will talk. We will advise, but it's left for them to take their course. Now, if you are talking about where to run to, if they don't have anywhere to run, let them all. If all the people in Abuja run into Aso Rock, there will be a change. So, but until they decide to do that, nobody's going to do it for them. Okay, I'll come back to you, Ify. Stay humble. What will be your own strategy for the young and young at heart?
No, stay humble. I've just spoken. Why are you jumping me? I've not spoken.
Because I want to come to you last. Hold on. I want to take you last, then I'll give you more time because we have not spoken for some time. That's why. I guess more sense, bro. Ike. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Stay humble.
What did you ask me?
I asked you because you are a young man, so your compatriots may have a strategy to reach them. So why don't you advise them on what to do and how to change the trajectory of what is happening in Nigeria if they don't like it? And then are you one of those who advise them to collect money from the terrorist who was doing the giveaway on the social media? And does any of your friends collect that money? Oh, Nigeria.
Okay. Well, I think the young people are really doing. I think the young people are really doing well.
For collecting money from bandits.
No, no, no. No. So you see, all those ones are distractions. You
Oh,
see, there
okay.
are so many distractions. So, and those distractions serve the purpose of shifting people's attention away from the meat of the issue. Some of the distractions, I will list them. One of them is that when they come to election, they want to give the impression that people sold their votes. They want to give the impression that people collected 5,000 naira and sold their votes. You see, they do those things as showmanship so as to remove people's attention from the fact that the votes had been rigged before the election day. The votes have been rigged before the election day. How many people will they give money to? If people relied on, if the criminals, misnamed politicians, relied on giving people money, how many people would they give money? How much money do they have? Though they may have a lot of money that they've stolen, but it's not the money. So I've thought about it enthusiastically on this forum, on this platform a couple of times, how these things happen. The so-called voter register you have is rigged. The voter register is absolute nonsense. It is the most ridiculous document ever seen in the history of human existence. Everything there is false. Everything there is balderdash. They tell you that they have 170 something thousand polling units. They are not existing. Let them show you where the polling units are. They are not existing. They tell you they have 80 something million registered voters. Nonsense. Those things are cooked up. So what do the politicians do for election? Very simple. They may deceive the Nigerians and tell them that in so polling unit that they have 500 registered voters. Some of them are not existing. So they may actually have just 150 registered voters there. And those 150 people will turn up. Oh, they may turn up. Like maybe out of the 150, 120 will turn up, giving you 80% turnout. But they will say that 120 out of 500 turned out, that it was a low turnout. What would they do sometimes in some polling units? So if actually 150 people are there, 150 actual human beings, the other 350 are cooked, but they will put in those 350. So that's why you see when a governor wants to return to power, second term, and some people are both saying, oh, you cannot return. Gala people will not vote you. So he'll just be laughing. He will just, only his local government alone, he can manufacture 100,000 votes there, 500,000 votes there. You understand? Because they will cook up the figures and say that maybe in a local government, they will say that 100,000 people or 200,000 people registered there. In actual sense, there might just be 20,000 people. So they will produce 180,000 additional votes. So it's all figures. They will tell you Tinubu wants so number of votes in Taraba, so number of votes in Kan. They are all like figures. They're not actual voters and stuff. And that's why they tell you, oh, once this man comes to us, he's influential. What is he influential? He's influential in bringing the figures, not the voters. So those are some of the things that happen. And there was something that Ife said about the Southeast governors. And you see, let us understand history. Let us understand geopolitics. The Southeast governors, everybody knows that they are powerless. Most the people, from the president down to whoever, they are all puppets. If the Southeast governors were even powerful, in the first place, we're even just normal human beings in the first place, there might not even be a Biafra agitation because they might have independence to such an extent, autonomy to such an extent that there will be true federalism. You understand my point? So all those people are puppets. They are not. So if you say, oh, that it was Southeast governors that are keeping Nnamdi Kanu, I laugh. People keeping Nnamdi Kanu are not even in Aso Rock. You understand my point? People keeping him are not in Aso Rock because number one, he's fighting for Biafra. Why is you are fighting for Biafra? One, you're fighting against Britain. You know, this is their project. You're probably fighting against some elements in the European Union. You're probably fighting against some wings, some factions in the United States. And again, you know, Biafra is a Christian state. You're fighting against the likes of Iran, Turkey, etc. So fighting against, and you know, Nnamdi Kanu is an adherent of the Judaist faith. So that automatically makes him an enemy of the Middle East. So the people holding him, they are not in Nigeria. The people that are giving orders are not in Astrok. So if anybody is coming here to tell us of all the, you know, there are thousands of brilliant minds that are listening to this show to tell us that is this the who are those Southeast governors, Soludo, Ba, and others. Those people, come on, let's be serious in this show, you know. So you know we have to take things seriously and understand history, understand geopolitics, you know, so that we have very solid standing for our debates. About the young people, I think the young people have really done well. I was among the few people
on social media. Sorry, done well on social media.
Who devoted effort in studying history and stuff. And I knew how things were while growing up, when I was in primary school, secondary school, even university. That time, you were telling people about politics. They may even slap you. You know, who cared? Who cared about? But in the last 7 to 10 years, you've seen the Renaissance. You've seen the revolution. And there's something cooking. Don't sleep on the issues. There's something cooking. The young people have been able to do a lot against all odds. Do you know how much the establishment has pumped in to suppress? Do you know what these people do? The forces against the Nigerian man, against the ordinary Nigerian, they are strong forces. Forces outside Nigeria, they invest a lot, pumping billions of dollars. Still, these young people are still pushing. Come on, what are you not saying? So the most important thing is continue to encourage them. They listen to shows like this, they watch us, continue to say the truth. And you know, I believe that things will get better.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, bro Ike. Bro Ike, somebody said official chill power. That Nigeria is dead, like Pastor Dave Francis said. But stay humble just told us that there's youth and energy in the youth. There's energy and youthfulness and the desire to make a change that's desired. What says thou, sir?
I just have an appeal for all of us, our brothers and sisters that are, you know, before the appeal, let us know that they have already started rigging the election of 2027 already. The PVC registration of a thing that is going on in Nigeria right now, in all the whole state of Nigeria, in all the centers of INEC, people go there every day. They don't find nobody. There are some, you wouldn't even believe this is an INEC office. And they're saying it is going to start from now to this time around. 85% report that is coming from Nigeria is that this INEC already has started rigging the election. You can imagine, for example, a place like Calabar has only 2 centers. Calabar, as a state, has only 2 centers. And those 2 centers, nobody you can find. It's like that in so many states. So What am I trying to say? Even in that, I'm only appealing to our brothers and sisters in diaspora. Please speak to your family. If they don't have PVC, let them go and get their PVC. We will continue to go to that INEC office every day. Whether they want to do it, whether they want to issue it, they don't want to issue it, because that has always been a ploy. They want to get you, the youth, more especially, they see that Nigerian youth this time around, everybody want to get PVC. You see the campaign that is going on in Nigeria for the past 1 week or 2 weeks now. It's all about PVC. Nigerian youths moving from market to street everywhere. But the point is that they cannot find the PVC. So, but what am I trying to say? Let it not discourage us. Please talk to your friend, your family members, old, young, those that are up to more than 18 million Nigerians that turn 18 this year. You know, so we have opportunity of removing this man without, no matter how they want to rig the election. So it is my appeal to Nigerian diaspora that we should encourage our family members, our friends back home. If you don't have PVC, go and get your PVC. We know about, if everybody vote, if people who has PVC, I am telling you, if we can be able to obtain 30% free and fair election in 2027, Tinubu will never be in Asoro. I'm talking about just 30%. I'm not talking about 40. I'm not talking about 50, but 30% free and fair, credible election. This man is already in Lagos. Because you see, the governors who has gone to APC, they're going to leave Mr. Tinubu at the last minute, because the governors themselves are not safe. You see, the senators who decided to they were trying to tie Obi's hand, but now they decided to tie themselves, their hands at the back. 40 or almost 50 of them did not come back to the National Assembly. And Ababio is trying to find a way. What are they going to do? So, listen, it is very clear. Like I said yesterday, or day before, it was yesterday. The message of APC and their people and their group on internet and everywhere, social media, is to tell you that there is no PVC. We are not going to get PVC. Oh, that there is the Northerners are against Mr. Peter Obi. Oh, Mr. Kwankwasona he has disrespected the cultures and traditions of the North. Oh, Mr. Peter Obi was issuing ID card. We all know that this has already been debunked. We know the person who did it. Now, what are their next campaign? Mr. Kwankwaso is going to disappoint Mr. Peter Obi. Prophet who have left to preaching the word of God and is prophesying about the Nigerian election. And so many people now telling Kwankwaso is going to betray Mr. Peter Obi. This is what they want you to hear. And what is this strategy? To discourage you, to dampen your spirit, to make you to say that if election does not count, why are they giving people 5,000 naira and a bag of rice? If the election is not important or your vote does not count. So I am just making an appeal to all of us. No matter how frustrated we can be, we still have our families over there. We still have our friends over there. We still have our neighbors over there. The suffering we suffer here, all of us know what goes out of our life every month. Almost we are working for our families in Nigeria. We are not even working for ourselves. We are not enjoying the life as somebody who is living in America or somebody who is living in Europe or anywhere outside Nigeria. We are not really enjoying our lives. The life we're enjoying here is about thinking about your family that is back home. What are you going to do? Because you know what is going on. So I'm only encouraging us, please. Each and every one of us has a platform. We command respect. We command few people in your family, in your kindred, in your village, in your town, in your state. There are people that you know. Encourage them to listen. You can't sit this one out. Everybody should get involved. Because when you say it does not concern me, the one I voted 2023, it did not count. automatically you are giving them the power to go back. You take your 5,000 for 5 years or for 4 years, that as the case may be. So I'm only making appeal. Like my sister, we used to say here every time, what the youths are doing. But I have to be honest with you, for the past 3 weeks, I've been impressed what is going on in Nigeria. The sensitization about PVC from the Nigerian youths themselves, going from market to street, talking to their colleagues in the university campuses is going on because everybody is tired. Nigerians are sick and tired already. They're just telling when is this going to end? And that's why they are going to do everything what they are doing right now to make sure that, listen, it doesn't work, but we can make it to work. So it's my final appeal to our brothers and sisters. This is what I do. Some of my brothers and sisters that I know outside Nigeria, it's my conversation every day with a lot of them, because if we can't encourage them, they have not given opportunity to vote. Because it would have been joy that all of us have the opportunity to vote. But because we can't, let us try to encourage people back home to say, please, no matter how frustrated it can be. Some of them will tell you 2,000 go, 2,000 come back for transport, and still you go. There will be nobody at INEC office. If there is any way you can support for their transportation, it is part of you, all of us, contributing to see that we have a better Nigeria. It's not that because we have it, but because we want things to change for everybody. Because most of them who are saying it is true. Because if some state where you have only 2 INEC offices, you can imagine. For example, if he is from Nnewi, for example, maybe if it is only 2 places, maybe in Onitsha, and somebody has to travel every time to go to INEC office and he can't get PVC, that's a lot of money. Considering the cost of transportation and no fuel. So it's a genuine concern that most of them are expressing about the cost of transportation. I can't continue to go every day, 1,000 go back. If you do it 5 days in a week, it's a lot of money. Where is the money coming from? I'm a student, or so many things. So the sacrifice, we paid a lot during 2023. And I don't think there is anyone we can do now that will be greater than what we have already done. Even if nothing else, the emotional trauma all of us went through in 2023. So that's my final talk about Nigeria for all of us. Please encourage your people. Let's see what we can do. We keep pushing, and see, maybe we never know how it's going to work. God bless you, and I wish everybody the best of the new week. Good night.
Thank you so much. So, your comment.
I mean, I don't have any other thing to say, honestly speaking.
Okay.
You just no, hold on. I don't have anything.
All the gals in Nigeria, all the gals, you won't encourage them to go and get their PVC.
I mean,
the gals.
See, we know what to do. Nigerians know what to do. Okay, so I don't need to scream on top of my voice. The only problem I have is with the opposition. I don't think they are doing enough. They're not even, Obi is the only person, they're not even doing as if they even want to win this election.
Yeah.
They are just like literally dragging.
They want to be.
Anybody come out to condemn this issue of Amopita the initial time when it came up. I didn't see anybody come out to challenge them with this issue of Larry. Nobody said anything. How are you going to win the election? Don't you think the election has already been rigged? The little things they're supposed to, speak on, they're not speaking about it.
No, it's Obi they're concerned about.
Kept quiet. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I can't wait for 2027. But let me tell you what I said earlier, KJ, and you know where I stand. You see this election, the only person that I keep saying it, that will take Tinubu out of this office. You just Tinubu himself, and then natural cause. Other than that, it's going to be hard. Because how can you tell me in a country where somebody, the president will put in a Supreme Court justice, president will put in the INEC chairman, and INEC this thing? I mean, just tell me. I don't understand it. I'm still trying, or maybe I'm stupid, or maybe I'm not. I don't know. But how do you expect those people to go against Tinubu? Tinubu that owns the court with Wike there, building houses for the federal judges. We got, even if you come on, people, come
You
on.
know, because if I was a federal judge, maybe I will also look into my 5-bedroom duplex in Abuja.
Of course. You know how much is their salary?
It's not only that, they will even give you a Toyota Land Cruiser with it.
Thank you. And you're telling me that the person will come out and rule a case against?
That's ego again. The money attached.
Do you want them to send them to their village? Tinubu that can retire you immediately. In fact, Wike will even retire you and come in the midnight and chase you away with your family out of that mansion here.
Yeah.
I've never seen a country where they build the government build houses for. I mean, it just doesn't make no sense. So, in as much as we come here, remain hopeful, and come on, there is no hope. There is no hope. I'm sorry to say that. I'm not trying to dampen anybody's spirit. I'm not trying to kill your morale, but we live in the world of reality. Election is not won by emotion. It's not by being online, and be screaming like a dog. No, that's not it. It's the reality. It's a game of numbers. And Suleiman, even though I'm not his fan, but he said something that I very interesting. He said, how can somebody even rig his own primary? You are not literally not contesting primary with anybody. That even if you only win one vote, you're still the winner. And you still go ahead to rig it. What does that tell you about the general election?
What is coming?
I rest my case.
Thank you so much, Ify. And I honestly tell the truth, I have run out of strength to talk about Nigeria. You can see today, I will have to take a drink to force myself to be on, alert. The more you patch, the more you see more holes. That's what's happening. I've never seen this kind of people before. And Nigeria didn't used to be like this. So whether it is juju, just like Nnamdi Kanu said, or what, I don't know. Why we are just, all of a sudden, we are just there like, Akamu, just boop, just there, any which way. Nobody is saying anything. And all of you want the person you will say came third to be the one running around the whole country. If anything happens, you say, see, and what has Obi said? Obi didn't say anything. What about Atiku? What about Kwankwa? What about the rest of them who also plays in part? Is Obi the only opposition? I don't understand it. Because what is coming, if we all refuse to do what we're supposed to do, youth, I am no longer in the youth, but I say youth. People say that the generation before you have failed. Make una no fail past the way we ourselves will fail past. Because we didn't even do the what you did. If you could remember, now we drive Abacha. Now we drive Abacha from office. Okay? Now we drive Babangida from office. So if at una own time no fit drive common Tinubu, then it's unfortunate. Because now you don't even need to drive him any which way. Just go get your PVC. Whether whichever way they want it, go get your PVC. If you need to spend 1 week there, go get your PVC. When you gather there en masse, if you are 100 that used to go, the next day go 300, the next day 500, the next day 1,000. By the time people get to 10,000, they are waiting for PVC. They will either give you PVC or they will close down the shop. We must be that angry to force a change, because let's face it, the world is going back to natives. Well, I don't want to use the word tribal. Okay, to ethnic. Yeah, that's the right word. The world is going that way. You see what's happening to Nigeria and South Africa and the rest of Africa. It's only a question of time. The rest of Africa will start demanding that Nigeria should equally go back. It's just a question of time. Even those people in Europe are not sure. Look at what's happening in England. Because forefather come here, I expect him to discuss what is happening in England, but he doesn't. Instead, he's talking about America. America is still fair better than England.
No, they are even narrowing down on Nigerians trying to enter into UK to study.
Yes.
They're trying to restrict that.
Let us learn now. I'm talking to the youth right away. This platform is addressing the Nigerian youth. 90 Minutes Africa is saying to you guys, you can no longer keep your hand as a Kimbo and say, "Que sera sera," what will happen will happen. It doesn't happen that way again. If you say what will happen, so let's just fold our hands. My brother, you find that you have become 50 and you are asking yourself, where did all my years go to? That is what happens to all of us in Nigeria. We say, they say, don't fight, don't do this. And our years we are running. The clock is ticking. Nobody is waiting for us. Nobody is waiting for us. I repeat, I was among those people who went to meet with Clinton when he came to Nigeria in Women Development Center in Abuja. And he said to us, youths, you guys are the future. You guys, Nigeria, we expect, I'm using his word, we expect Nigeria to be the next leader in the next millennium. That millennium don't pass. We don't even turn 2 millenniums after that. We never even near to be leader, or not even in West Africa before we talk of Africa.
I think I'm missing something here. That thing that Clinton told you could have asked, you could have the metrics that work in his own country is not the same thing that works in Nigeria. In the US, at least, they are sure that when you are 18, you can be able to get with your SSN or whatever, you can be able to get access to loans.
I don't agree with you.
To make you be able to do something, to be independent.
I don't agree with
something
you.
That the Nigerian state have failed to do.
Hold
what have they done for the youths?
Hold
Nothing.
on.
The youth are
Hold on now. Hold on. When Clinton was talking to the youth, he didn't expect that the youth were going to be able to do it. He's expecting your leadership to want to set things in place. What's the visionary? A visionary is the one who you cast the vision. You say this is where we're going. Then you give it to the technocrats to write it out. But you can see what you want. You may not have the ability to break it down A to B to you. That's why you call the experts. This is what we want to be in 2050. I want the roadmap to that place. That is how leadership works. Okay? When Moses led Israel out of Egypt, they didn't know where he was going, but he knew that God had told him, this is the way to go. Keep going. I will let you know. And that's what it is. He pointed to the direction that God's telling me we're going this direction. That's why the promised land is somewhere ahead. And they kept going. And they kept going. If you have no lead, if I have a leadership who does not have a mentality of where he's taking the people, then how do you go? And that's why we keep going around the circle. When the man came to Abuja and declared to you, your leadership, that he expects Nigeria, I wasn't talking to Nigerian youth, we're talking to your country to be among the leaders in the next millennium. We have had Clinton, we have had Bush, we have had Bush 1, Bush 2, we have had who again? Obama, we have had Trump. 5 presidents have come to pass. We have not even left where he saw us when he came. We have gone back. Because even the Women Development Center at the time he came there, even for them, it was a wow building. Now the Women Development Center, if you go there now, you ask yourself, what has happened? That's to tell the story of Nigeria. It looks like somewhere where they left, Umuano, So let's not go there. Okay. So that is what it is. That is the world that we live in right now. That is where we have found ourselves. And we must tell our children, we must tell our brothers, our sisters, the truth. That if Nigeria is to move forward, it's not going to be among the elderly people. It's going to be you, the youths. The youths are going to be one to make that move. The youths are going to be one to take us to that place, that promised place, that promise, that place you are looking at. And I say that with every sense of responsibility. Know that these people who are leading you, they come to Europe every day. They come and see the development there. Know that the people are leading you. They come to America every day. They come and see development. They go to every part, Germany, or they are everywhere in the world. They see development, they see how things are done. But when they come back, they've come back to animal farm, where you guys are in the cage and they are the free ones. We must collectively change it. And if there's anything any Nigerian youth listening to us anywhere should take away today, is that we said, go out, get your PVC. Just like Bro Ike said, if it wasn't important, they will not be paying people to vote. Get your PVC. Make sure that you overwhelmingly overwhelm the polling booths. Let us see how they will rig it. If we all march out, and I want to borrow the word of Daji Ahmed. He said, if you're 100, they will beat you, arrest you, and put you in prison. If you are 500, they will beat you and chase you. Some of you will put in prison or will run away. If you are 5,000, they will take time and throw tear gas. If you are 10,000, they will run out of time. Let us use that strategy and make sure that when you march out in the streets, you have a formidable number that nobody can chase you out. That's the only way to go. If not, go and mark my word. It won't be too long. We self, you see, as you see me, so I have to be frank to you. I'm looking forward to Biafra. So if you give us the opportunity, we'll be so glad about it. Because we cannot continue to be counting 1-1 when the rest of our people have counted 100. We either repair Nigeria or please. There's a picture of Kosovo when it used to be what it used to be. What's this country name? It used to be. I just escaped my mind. What it used to be called. They were together, but eventually divided. That's why I'll end this discussion. Let me get it so that all of us can sit together.
It's called Yugoslavia.
Yes, Yugoslavia. In 1989, it was called Yugoslavia. In 1989, it was called Yugoslavia. Okay? 2008, it became Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Okay? Then it became, I'm just calling a country that came out of Yugoslavia. Serbia. Okay? Siberia. Montenegro.
No.
Sorry. Serbia. Yes, Serbia. Montenegro. Kosovo. And
no, it's 9 countries now. 9. There are 9 countries now.
Yes, 9 countries came out of Yugoslavia. 9 countries. And some of them are not even big. They're not even more than 5 million people. But they are living well, and everybody is represented. That is the system we can study. There are places we can go and study to repair Nigeria if we want to. Go to Serbia, go to these people and say, how did you make it? What kind of constitution are you people running? How do we now, make our own function? There's nothing that says that the Middle Belt cannot be a country. We can be a country inside a country. So you have your own distance, and we have an agency that runs the international affairs of all of us. But you develop at your own pace. Why are we behaving like animals? And every day people just keep telling you, I have never seen such a country where the president spent all the money off the account on himself, on the staff. And you are starving and you say God will do it. God has already done it now. We're not going to do anything for ourselves. Okay? God is not coming down. God is not coming down. No. If we like, we could not do what we will do. We will all die, go meet him there. Come down. So, and Peter Obi is not a jackal. He's not a beast carrying body that he can't do it alone, because if he gets there too, he has to still work with these jackals outside looking for fresh, to eat. So, my appeal to all of us, let us go out, get your PVC. It is now. And my favorite song these days that I listen to is Asha, and there's fire on the mountain. And nobody seems to be, nobody seems to care. Nobody seems to. And then the other one, I've fallen back. I'm not telling you how pain I am. I've fallen back to listen to Sonny Okoso. Because Sonny Okoso, which way Nigeria?
Which way Nigeria?
Which way?
Which way to go?
Who sang and has gone
I
to
love my fatherland.
He was asking this question in the 80s. Which way Nigeria? We, after 2026, we're still asking ourselves, which way Nigeria? But we gonna wake up now.
KJ, some of these young guys will not, they will not know that song.
Yeah, but they will know
Sonia Kosi was lamenting about Nigeria, crying, which way Nigeria. So KJ, in a nutshell, I heard all what he said. And yeah, like you said, Nigeria is like a former Yugoslavia. It's all about value system, and this is what Nnamdi Kanu used to preach. We have different value system. Imagine, I remember I was in Nigeria when one guy, I think he called him forefathers, was trying to bully you guys about Coastal Road, and I couldn't join that conversation because the network in Nigeria then was messing up. I would have asked him, okay, Coastal Road, is there a red line from Lagos to Calabar?
No.
To me, you are building a Coastal Road. It's a misplaced priority.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that rail line is more efficient and more important than road. And what annoyed me one time was that they were trying to compare it to my country where I live in Ireland. That if you go to, I was reading an article in Nigerian newspaper. Oh, the coastal road is akin to blah 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 blah. One coastal road in Canada, the wide Atlantic way in Ireland. I said, are these stupid? Before they build their wide Atlantic road in Ireland, they have rail line 50 years ago that was a functional.
No, what is the cost of the road? What is the cost of the coastal road?
Yes, exactly. And the road didn't even go through proper vetting, appropriation system or whatever.
Yes,
and then
you didn't go through bidding.
And then you awarded it to your friend, Shagori, somebody who's a criminal, somebody who was found guilty of money laundering and corruption. And somebody came here, and you. That day I was so annoyed because I couldn't. This guy was bullying you guys on the that people are against Coastal Road. I said, what is wrong with this guy? Which Coastal Road?
The point. The point is, they always like to do all these elephant project. They want to do it big stuff. They always want to do big stuff. And
they never finish.
And then they will now make a cost. They'll make an estimate. Like for instance, if you look at this administration now, what they have succeeded in doing is this is what they have succeeded in doing: stifling the necks of Nigerians. They increased the price of petroleum products. They increased the taxation. What else did they do again? All they are doing is just to put hardship. People cannot even go to farm. People cannot even do basic stuff anymore. And then you see people. You will see a woman who doesn't have any form of sympathy trying to give her party members luxurious cars with money, and you don't have money. There's no money in the country. You are giving people luxurious cars. You know, they are kidnapping, insecurity on the high. No, of course, the youth, no sense of direction, no direction. And then you are doing budget. If you go and look at the budget very well, you find that the budget is way out of this cosmos. The so-called budget, there's no sense of direction whatsoever. They are budgeting and then they are paying themselves fat salaries. You are supposed to cut cost of governance. They are not talking of that. In other countries, when they are doing all these kind of projects, they will cut cost of governance. You can't even just steal money anyhow. There's nothing. There's nobody that's checking them. Even in the issue of taxation, we send our taxation data to France and any part of the country. Up to now, nothing has come out of it.
What do you think is going to come out? They are taking your data to use for whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So where are we going with all of this?
No, we're going nowhere because the people are stupid. That's why they are there. And all right, that's why they keep them there, because they know that when they bring people who are intelligent, the people will ask the question why. And that's why they do not let people who are able to build to come into the system. All right, having said that, we'll need to drop it here. Mr. Efosa K, I didn't say we kill Abacha, or I didn't say we buy Abacha. Stop quoting me out of context, okay? And I'm not a clown, but I'll leave it to you. All right. Having said that, thank you guys so much. It's good to see you. Please do join us anytime you have time. We'll be here again next week, but Saturday and Sunday. I think Forefather tries to have a broadcast on Friday. So if you have time in the evening, also hook up with us. Thank you so much. Jefferson, thank you for being here, and your contributions are well valid. My dear Ify, thank you so much for spending your time here with us. We really appreciate your contributions and all that. In fact, they said you wanted to show us Africa when you brought your hair yesterday. You see, I'm taking us back in the 80s. All right, I used to read the comments sometimes. Sometimes when you see me laughing, just the comment people are writing here.
One of my friends celebrated her 50th birthday, and she asked everybody to dress like in 70s. So
Okay.
that was why I wore the hair.
All right, that was cool. Well, it looks good on you. So, all right. Having said that, I want to say thank you to everybody who have contributed. Those who agree with our discussion, those who have something else to say, we thank you all. All your comments are valuable, very valuable to us. Thank you, Adama, for coming in to help us out. Well, I am Oscar Blackstone. I didn't see you didn't buy us coffee today. Why now? Anyway, all the same, thank you. We appreciate all of you who are here and who stay to the end. We'll be here again next week. Until then, we'll pray that God keeps all of us, and then that the week will be favorable to you, and that all your dreams will be achieved, even as you go into the next week. God bless you all. On behalf of Dr. Damages, I say thank you here from the studios of 90 Minutes Africa. Until so, we see you again. Bye for now.
Both the ancestors, my forefathers, every of my ancestral spirit were with me today. I went to show Igbo in its glory, in its magnificent, and people were so pleased to see this beautiful part of Africa. I showcased Africa in its full regalia. I presented myself as a typical Igbo girl from Eastern Nigeria. And guess what, guys? I was so happy to see the smiles on the faces of the people as they saw me, as they looked. I'm like, oh, who is she? Is she a queen? Is she a princess? What's she? And all of that, guys. It was really exciting today. Guys, I'm so happy that I was able to pull this off. Initially, I was like skeptical. Would this be a good idea or not? But I decided to go for it, and it turned out just perfectly, right? People were so happy. I had people coming up to take pictures, asking me about my country, my culture. Guys, the ancestors will be so proud of me. This is Igbo in Japan, live and direct, Africa in Japan. The ancestors are so proud of me. This is one thing I am so sure of today.
Thank you. His Excellency, Dr. Alex Choma Uti, the First Lady of the State, Mrs. Uti, please allow me to stand on the already established protocol. I responded, but I simply did what I've done all my life, to do the right thing, and I stand